Test run.
Check, check. Good morning and welcome to ACRA's.
I know, but it's just more along the lines of like making sure that they know everything.
Radio test. One, two, three.
This time, instead of saying Mark, I'm just going to use the.
Check. Here we go. See if this works.
I can hear you.
You can hear.
Whitney, I can
I
hear
hear
you.
you.
Oh, maybe I'm
Nothing coming in over the radio.
Maybe I'm on the back channel.
And good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 24th year of the American Collegiate Rowing Association Championships here at beautiful Oak Ridge, Tennessee on Melton Lake. This morning's production will be brought to you by the Rowing Channel with myself, Adrienne McConnell, and my fabulous partner, Whitney Powell, joining me for the commentary. Today we will see almost every boat category contested. We have 21 different events over the course of this weekend, including space for adaptive events. This is the largest collegiate regatta in the United States with over 300 plus entries. The programs that are racing this weekend are all programs that are outside of the NCAA and ACRA structure, so mostly club programs, led by students with a lot of volunteers and a lot of spirit, as we will see this weekend. First up on the race course this morning, it will be the women's single. We have 2 heats, each with 5 boats on the course. This morning in lane 2, Tegan Plute from Oregon. Lane 3, Carolyn Carey from MSU. Lane 4, Chloe Ott from Vermont. Lane 5, Lillian Tate from New St. Andrews. And in lane 6, Rebecca Korn from Oklahoma State. All boats just past 1,000 meters. It was up. Now it's down. Okay.
I don't understand. Like it's like intermittent or something.
Right. So we have no idea actually what's happening right now.
Nothing.
Out front.
And where we're sitting, it looks like lane 6, Rebecca Korn from Oklahoma State, is in the lead.
Lane 5 in second.
Lane 5 in second place, that's Lillian Tate from New St. Andrews.
Very close between lanes 1 and 2.
And we have a good race here between lanes 2 and 3. That's Tegan Plute and Carolyn Carey.
And then in the trailing position is that lane 3? No, lane 5. Lane 4.
Yeah. And then it looks like from our vantage point here, Chloe Ott is trailing slightly here, but we do have a good race happening in these middle lanes. All right, and again, it looks like in the lead here we have lane 6, Rebecca Korn from Oklahoma State. Then lane 5, Lillian Tate. Then we have lanes 2, Tegan Plute, and lane 3, Carolyn Carey from MSU. Followed by lane 4, Chloe Ott from Vermont.
And again, from our vantage point here in the finish line tower, really great racing here between lanes 2 and 3, Oregon and MSU. Top 3 boats will advance to the grand final. The remainder will move on to the petite final, but right now it really looks like this race belongs to Oklahoma State. Lane 6, really nice job here by Rebecca Korn as she is first across the line in this first race of the day.
Looks like we have lane 5 following Rebecca Korn here. That is Lillian Tate in lane 5 from New St. Andrews.
Still really hot between 2 and 3. Slight advantage to, they are dead even.
And then we have a pretty even race here in lanes, looks like 2 and 3. Tegan Plute and Carolyn Carey.
That's for that third final position in the A final.
And that is for the third position in that A final. So they will be fighting pretty hard here. It looks like lane 3, Carolyn Carey, pushing out ahead just a little bit. But we will see. And again, looks like Carolyn Carey here might be taking that win between the two lanes there, moving on to the final.
Okay, and unofficially, that will be Rebecca Korn from Oklahoma State moving on to the grand final, followed by Lillian Tate of New St. Andrews, a small evangelical college in Idaho. She will be followed by Carolyn Carey from Michigan State. So those top 3 unofficially moving on to the grand finals. In the petites, it will be Tegan Plute from Oregon, and then Chloe Ott out of Vermont. Second race of the day already underway and just past 500 meters approaching the first half. This is heat 2 of the women's singles. The top 3 will move on to the grand final, the remainder to the petite. In lane 2, Elizabeth Ensign from UNC. Lane 3, Leah Shipman from Wichita State. Lane 4, Katerina Myslinski from Colorado. Lane 5, Sophia Ebel from Illinois. And lane 6, Celeste Trinity Henry from UC Irvine. It does look like lane 4, Colorado, is a scratch, so we do have 4 boats on the course. They will fill out lanes 2, 3, 5, and 6.
All right, cutting over.
So it looks like here in this second heat of the women's single, we have lane 5, Sophia Ebel from Illinois out in the front.
3 and 6, very close to each other.
It looks like lane 3 and 6 are quite close together here. We may have a good battle between lanes 3 and 6, Leah Shipman and Celeste Trinity Henry from UC Irvine in Southern California.
Lane 2 really right there. So doesn't look like a whole lot of separation right now at just shy of 1,000 meters.
And at just shy of 1,000 meters, we have Elizabeth Enslin from UNC, very close here to lanes 3 and 6, Leah Shipman from Wichita and Celeste Trinity Henry of UCI.
Okay, this is the lead?
Yeah.
Okay.
And the lead is lane 5. Looks like Sophia Ebel from Illinois. And this is an impressive row here from Illinois, who has 34 rowers here and one coach. And they've actually had no coach for a semester and actually had to practice in one of their teammates' backyards for a semester. So this is a very impressive row in the leading role here, lane 5 from Illinois. And we have lanes 2, 3, and 6 here. Maybe a slight advantage to lane 2. That's Elizabeth Enslin from UNC.
Then lane 6.
Followed by lane 6 here, Celeste Trinity Henry. And that slight trailing position here, lane 3, that is Leah Shipman from Wichita State. But still out in the front here with a strong lead. That is Sophia Ebel from Illinois in lane 5. She has a commanding lead of this race with a pretty strong race with 3 lanes just behind her. But she is taking this race by force.
And really great racing here between lane 2 and 6. So those outside lanes, UC Irvine in lane 6, that's Celeste Trinity Henry, and Elizabeth Ensign from our vantage point looks to be almost dead even. And then here is Leah Shipman, Wichita State. She was in that trailing position, but she is trying furiously to catch up as we come into these final 250 meters into the red buoys. It's going to be quite a race to the finish. Quite a lot can change in these final 30 strokes as we come towards the finish line. But clearly, Sophia Ebel from Illinois is with that win. This is her bow first across the line. And then too close to call here between lane 2 and 6, UC Irvine and University of North Carolina. Shipman from Wichita State still in that 4th position, but she has made up quite a bit of space as we've come into these final strokes. So into the 2nd position, it will be Elizabeth Ensign from UNC. She has a little bit of open water now over UC Irvine. So those 2 boats unofficially moving on to the grand final.
Copy that, yep.
And then Shipman from Wichita State moving on to the petites. Already underway is the women's pair, heat 1 of the women's pair. Again, 5 boats on the course.
Over to you to the drone now.
Boats just past 500 meters. In lane 2, Liberty University. Lane 3, Texas. Lane 4, Vanderbilt. Lane 5, Washington. And lane 6, Chicago. We will return with a race call at about 1,000 meters.
All right, and coming through the 1,000-meter mark now, the women's pair, Heat 1, we have lane 6, Washington, in the lead, followed by Chicago in lane 6. Excuse me, that was lane 5, Washington, in the lead. Pardon me, that was lane 6 in second, Chicago. And lanes 2 and 3, that is Liberty and Texas, that are pretty even here on the outside lanes. And then in the trailing position, we have Vanderbilt in lane 4.
So Chicago is actually in the lead.
So it looks like lane 6 has taken a lead. That is Chicago. Little bit of open water here over lane 5, which is Washington.
And then really tight racing between 2 and 3, slight advantage to lane 3.
And in lanes 2 and 3, we have a good race happening. That is Liberty and Texas with a slight advantage to Texas. And the trailing position, again, still Vanderbilt. But they have been practicing in singles for a long time now through COVID. So we'll see if they can start to close that gap as we get a little bit closer to the finish here. But it looks like Chicago still in front.
And Whitney, I know as a former coxswain, you probably have appreciation for this event. The women's pair, or the pair as a boat category itself, notoriously one of the most difficult boats to row. There is no coxswain, so it is all about the rowers using the power between their port or starboard side oars. Sometimes they may have a rudder in the boat to help steer, but generally it is based upon the power that each rower has and really is responsible for the steering, for the race calls, and for the strategy. And right now, Chicago doing a great job showing that they have really put this spring to work in this small boat, holding off the rest of the field, but again, really heating up here between lanes 2 and 3, Liberty and Texas. Right now, still slight advantage going to Texas in lane 3, just barely holding off Liberty, but as they come into view, I'm sure that will tighten up even more. And then just behind, it's going to be Washington. That is Washington University from St. Louis, Missouri. And then in the trailing position, Vanderbilt doing a nice job holding their line, just not quite able to keep pace with the rest of the field. But here we go, final strokes for this first heat of the women's pair. Chicago out in front. A little bit of open water for them over now Texas moving into that second place position. Slight bit of open water now over Liberty, but with Washington really heating up here, seeing if they can maybe take a little bit of space away from Texas, maybe put themselves into one of those qualifying spots for the grand final. But here comes Chicago, a couple strokes left for them as they move into the grand final unofficially. And then it will be Texas and then Washington. So Washington has moved into that third qualifying position for the grand final. Liberty falling off the pace there just a little bit, maybe having a little bit of a technical problem there just in the final strokes. And then Vanderbilt finishing up this race, about 20 strokes or so left for them.
All right, and we have Heat 2 of the women's pair on the water here. Starting in lane 2, we have Colorado. Lane 3, Vermont. Lane 4, UGA. Lane 5, Illinois. And lane 6 from Pittsburgh. And I have to say, I do appreciate the pairs race here. It is one of the most difficult boats to row, and as a coxswain, we don't have to be barking orders at anybody, and I know the rowers always love that. So I'm sure that they will enjoy a little peace and quiet with their pair partner out here. And we've had some pretty tight races with the women already, so we will see.
Yeah, and Whitney and I were able to walk around yesterday and talk to quite a few of the teams about their spring season, about their training, about how they have adapted through COVID and all the COVID regulations. One of the things that was a common theme as we talked to some of these club teams was their work in the small boats. And right now, with the previous races in the single, now in the double, coming up, we'll have a men's quad. Sculling, not traditionally a part of collegiate rowing, but now here we are at the ACRA National Championship, looking at every single boat category, including a quad. I don't think I have ever seen a quad being contested at a collegiate national championship, so this is pretty cool for us. So here in the pairs, these boats now approaching 1,000 meter. 1,000 meters gone. Again, 5 boats on the course. We'll come back in just a second with the race call as we sort out who is in the lead, who might be moving into that grand final, and then the petite final.
All right, and coming through the 1,000 here, it looks like lane 3, Vermont, may have the lead here, followed by lane 6, which is Pittsburgh. Lane 2 in Colorado. Illinois following Colorado there, but not by much, and that leaves lane 4, UGA.
All right, we're out. You can take it back.
So this field definitely much more spread out than the previous race, where we saw some quite close racing across the field. Here we're seeing Vermont in lane 3 with a substantial lead, a little bit of open water for them, and then we move back to the outside lane. That is Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh rowing out of lane 6. They are in the second place position. And then moving to the opposite side of the course, lane 2, in the third place spot, it will be Colorado. In fourth, it will be Illinois, and then following will be University of Georgia.
Through the 1,500.
6 definitely well out in front, followed by lane 3. Okay, so lane 6 overtaking for the lead.
And it looks like we have lane 6 now taking over for the lead. That is Pittsburgh. Followed by lane 3, which is Vermont.
Pretty close between those two crews.
And pretty close here between those two crews. We're going to have a good race coming into the last 400 meters or so.
And then it's lane 2.
Following those two, following Vermont and Pittsburgh, we will have lane 2. That is Colorado. And then back to lanes 5 and 4. Here we have Illinois and UGA again. Trailing by a little bit of open water, but we do have a pretty good 3-boat fight here up in front. It looks like Pittsburgh still hanging in there.
I don't know, Whitney, I'm going to say Pittsburgh and Pittsburgh and Vermont are really locked in a tight battle here. Kind of too close to call here from our vantage point. Again, we are way up at the finish line tower, looking down at the race course. We have a little bit of an angle, so until they get a little bit closer into view, hard to tell who holds that lead. But I'm going to actually move it back over to Vermont. Vermont looking to have maybe a boat length advantage. And again, in these small boats, so much can change in just a few strokes, and Vermont really using that sprint right now. Having taken up the stroke rate, they have moved themselves back into the lead. It will be Pittsburgh in that second place position, followed by, that will be Colorado in the second place position, followed by Pittsburgh, but again, really close between those two crews.
And, you know, that is what makes it very exciting from where we are sitting, because even we get it wrong sometimes until a few strokes to go. And it looks like we have a little drama here. We have somebody, let's see, going into another lane. Let's see if we can pick out who that is.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a steering issue here with Pittsburgh maybe getting a little bit too excited. They've got to make sure to finish inside the finish line buoys. They're looking at a bit of trouble here as they come across the finish line, but I think they recognize that. And still with their bow in that second place position. So again, Pittsburgh, a little bit of steering problems, but they were managing to hold on to second place, followed by Colorado. So unofficially, those are your top three crews. Now back, still finishing maybe about 20 strokes or so left. It's going to be Illinois and UGA. So those boats finishing here. Well out in front, slight advantage to lane 7.
And here we have the men's quads, Heat 1 off the line, and this should be a pretty exciting race here. These quads move pretty quickly, and we don't often see these boats in a championship race here. So let's take a look at who we have off the start in the lead. Looks like we have lane 7 and lanes 2 in the lead here. That is Virginia and UGA. URI follows that in lane 6. So we have 7 and 2. That is Virginia and UGA, followed by URI. All right, and we have Virginia still in first here, URI in second, UGA in third. That is lane 2. And then lane 1, Long Beach State, followed by Illinois in lane 3. Lane 4 is GMU, and lane 5, New St. Andrews. So a 7-boat race. And this could be anyone's race here as we move through the 1,000 and come into the second half here.
So important to note here in this quad race, this is a heat, but it's essentially a race for lanes. So we're looking at 7 boats across, and the boats right now getting into position to see who can draw not that there's a favored lane here on Melton Lake, but you know, racing for positioning in that grand final. And right now Virginia doing a great job In the lane that's closest to shore, lane 7, they are holding off a really nice charge here from the University of Rhode Island. Back behind them, it's going to be close between UGA and Long Beach State. So UGA and Long Beach State with Illinois also right there. So really, really tightening up here in terms of the separation between crews, also GMU. So in the trailing position, it will be lanes 5, New St. Andrews. And as these crews come a little bit closer into view, we'll see how this shakes out. But what is certain is Virginia Rowing Association holding the lead from start all the way to this point, almost the final 250 meters, holding off URI.
And it looks like we have some very tight racing again between lanes 2, 3, and 4. And lane 1 here, again, Long Beach State, which does do some sculling down in sunny Southern California.
So definitely in 6.
GM.
All right, and quite a race here. Virginia has held on to that top spot, but looking at a really good charge here from that outside lane. Long Beach State with quite the sprint. Virginia's going to hold on to it for the win, but then it's Long Beach in that second place position, followed by URI, and then UGA, Illinois. And then here is GMU with New St. Andrews in that trailing position. All right, and as the final crew crosses the finish line here in the men's quad, again, these boats racing 4 lanes. Winner in that event, Virginia. Currently on the race course, we have the men's lightweight novice 4. 2 heats will be contested today. And curiously, these are very small heats. We just have 3 boats in this first race. And then in the second heat, we only have 2 boats. So the strategy here is to essentially race for lanes again, but across 2 separate heats. So these boats will be comparing times after the finish. And in this first heat, we're looking at Northwestern rowing out of lane 3, UC Irvine in lane 4, and Purdue in lane 6. And indeed, it is right down the center of the course. UC Irvine with the lead right now, looking at about a 2-seat of open water advantage over Purdue. Purdue with a bit of open water over Northwestern. So all boats approaching the first 500 gone. All right, and UC Irvine continuing to hold on to the lead here in this men's lightweight novice 4. Great program out of Southern California. UC Irvine, the Anteaters, probably one of my favorite mascots in all of rowing. Maybe only followed by the UCSC Banana Slug, as we were talking about earlier. UCSC not with the rowing team, but we were talking about mascots earlier, and gotta love the Anteaters. And really, that must be a fast animal because they are way out in front now. Boat length of open water for them. Got them clocked at about 32 strokes a minute. Again, holding a lead over Purdue. Purdue at a slightly more elevated stroke rate, 34 strokes a minute. And then behind them, it will be Northwestern. Yesterday, I had a chance to talk to the Purdue coaches, and really one of these programs that has a storied legacy of excellence. Again, showing that here. They really didn't skip a beat over COVID, held on to their numbers. They have quite a bit of true freshmen, lots of novices on this team, and proving that they are one of the best programs in the country. Continuing to do a great job here as these boats race for good placement in the grand final. So, Whitney, as a coxswain at the 1,000-meter line, with a boat race that's this spread out, knowing that they are going to advance to the grand final, what would be going through your head? What would you be telling your crews at this point?
You know, that is a really good question. And if I was pretty confident that I was going to be crossing the line in a qualifying position, and again, very confident, I would want to make sure that we finish the row in a strong position. Technically, honestly, just have a good strong row, keep the rhythm going. I might not even call up a sprint, but just kind of emulate it a little bit in my voice and just kind of talk them through it, almost like a time trial to the end to kind of keep them focused, keep them strong, keep them in it, because a race is not over until you cross the line. Anything could happen. So you absolutely want to keep their heads in the game and just kind of keep things going through that second 1,000 and maybe simulate a finish.
Absolutely. So really at this point, it's all about execution.
Absolutely.
And these coaches really, quite experienced. They know how to bring their crews to the right point at the right time in the season. And right now, UC Irvine proving that they have really solidified their spring season with a good showing here. 500 meters to go for them, and now 500 meters to go for Purdue. And then here comes Northwestern, back behind the two top boats, doing quite well, just not quite able to match the pace of these top two boats. But again, like we talked about, this is about execution. This is about putting together the best piece that you can at this point in the season. And then when they come down the race course again in the grand final, improving upon that.
Yeah, and this UCI program that you were talking about is actually on my home water in sunny Southern California, headed up by A.J. Brooks, which is also a very accomplished rower from Washington, won Youth Nationals himself. There's a lot of history in this UCI program, so they may be called the Anteaters, which you actually don't see very many of in Southern California, so it is an interesting mascot, especially on the water. But we do have a great place to row here in Newport, and we are spoiled with some pretty good water. And again, another program with a very strong history of Olympians. A lot of well-known names in rowing have gone to UCI and have rowed on this water. So it is a well-supported, well-loved team as we come into the finish here.
All right, and here they come. Final about 100 meters here right now for Irvine. Again, doing a nice job executing their race plan. It will be their bow first across the line, followed by Purdue. And from our vantage point, man, those coxswains really going for it. This is the blind fury of novice rowing. So when you can hear the coxswain all the way at the finish line tower, that is an intense crew.
It is very exciting to hear these novice coxswains get so enthusiastic.
Okay, UC Irvine and Purdue across the line, and then finishing their final strokes here, Northwestern. Moving over to the second heat of the men's lightweight novice 4. Right now we only have 2 boats on the course that will be coming down at us in lane 3 and 4. So those center lanes, it's going to be Texas in lane 3 and then University of Rhode Island in lane 4. We'll be back with the race call in just a few minutes. All right, we've got 2 boats on the course. This is a dual race, Henley style, as we come down and just approaching 500 meters. We had both boats really close to each other for those just after the start. They were dead even for quite some time, and then Texas, as they settled into their base rate, seemed to take a little bit more in terms of composure, in terms of swing. They have done a really nice job moving themselves away from University of Rhode Island, but there's still contact. So bow to stern advantage right now for Texas over URI. And as we come down the race course, we'll give you updates here, but a dual race is really, again, it's another strategy altogether. When you've got 7 boats on the course, you're really looking at positioning, jockeying for those qualifying spots. But right here, both of these crews know that they're moving on to a grand final. So again, it's a race for lanes, and not quite sure what their strategy is. Maybe they want to hold on to a little bit of energy and just, you know, put down a good piece. And right now, Texas doing a good job with that, and now with a bit of open water for them over University of Rhode Island. All right, and really not much has changed here in terms of positioning between Texas and URI. Texas still out in front with maybe about 2 to 3 seats of open water. And URI right there in that same position. They're really, again, Texas hasn't walked away. URI with a slightly elevated stroke rating, I'd say, 37 in the smaller boats, and a 4, which is, you know, pretty heavy boat. That can be maybe a bit of a high stroke rate, so hopefully they can hold on to it, still hold on to their spacing, maybe even take away a little bit of the lead that Texas had. But right now, nothing's changing. Texas is right there, maybe just pacing themselves and holding off URI.
Yeah, we do have a little bit of a stalemate here. They are kind of holding their positions as is. Nobody has really made a change yet on that stroke rating, so I guess we'll see if somebody decides to make a move here. if we're either going to have a comfortable lead or if we're going to have a challenge coming into the last 500.
Yeah, hard to say again what the strategy is. I'm sure as the coach sent them off of the dock and they went out to contest this piece, I'm guessing that there's a lot of conservation of energy that's required. Would you agree?
Absolutely. Absolutely. So sometimes the fun of this is that we see a crew come out of nowhere and have a fantastic sprint. So you never really know what that trailing boat is going to do. So you never want to get comfortable as the lead boat. So even though they have this pretty commanding position now, they also aren't really walking away. So we could see a change. You never know.
And with the unpredictability of novice rowing, I think that's especially true. You never really know
Absolutely
what's going to happen.
And the fun of lightweights too. You know, with lightweights are unpredictable. They're fun. They're fast. You never know. And it looks like we have a crab here.
Here we go. There we go. That's the unpredictability. Texas with holding on to that strong lead, but here at 1,500 meters, a little bit of technical difficulty for them. Like a crab, that's gonna pull them back about a length. So as URI, maybe they look across and say, oh, let's take advantage of that.
Absolutely. They're going to have to kind of get back from being a little bit flustered from that and see if they can take back their lead. And I don't know. This is looking pretty good. They are getting challenged here now.
We can hear the spectators down on the shoreline cheering on their team. And I'm sure that that little bit of a bobble really bolstered URI as they attempt to pull even with Texas. And from our vantage point, almost maybe with a slight lead now over Texas, just barely. And so here we go, final 250 meters here for the second heat of the men's lightweight novice 4. Not much excitement in the first 1,500 meters of this race. And then now here we are, we've got a boat race on our hands. We're laughing here at the finish line tower because that was one beep. So, you know, in a two-boat race, you generally don't predict that it's going to be that close. But those boats both came across the line at the same time, and we're going to have to wait until the official results pop up to tell you who was able to take that piece. But again, as we had said previously, both of those boats will move on to the grand final.
That's better.
And on the course now, we have the men's lightweight varsity 4, heat 1, and that is lane 2, UNC, lane 3, MSU, Michigan State, lane 4, Texas, lane 5, UGA, and we do have a scratch from lane 6. So those will be our competitors for this race. And I am pretty excited about this race because lightweight rowing is not something that we get to see all the time now. And with a much more even playing field on weight, you never know what's going to happen, as we saw in the last race here. So it looks like we already have a very, very tight race coming down the course here.
Okay, and we've got a great boat race here with 3 crews out in front. We've got Michigan State and UNC almost dead even with each other. They are about 3 seats or so ahead of Texas. So Texas in the 3rd place position. Trailing it will be the University of Georgia. They're rowing out of lane 5. But again, great racing here going on between UNC and Michigan State. It's kind of going back and forth depending on whose blades are in the water. But right now the advantage will go to UNC rowing out of lane 2. But again, just by about a seat over Michigan State. Okay, really heating up here. I'm looking at 3 bow balls pretty much straight across the line. This is pretty exciting in any boat category, but right now boats are just past 1,000 meters, and I'm looking at now an advantage going to Texas. So Texas moving themselves into the lead, Michigan State in 2nd, and then UNC in that 3rd place spot. University of Georgia in the trailing position. So anyone can do anything for those first 500 meters, but it's really at the 1,000-meter line, I feel like that's where the race begins, right? The 3rd 500, we talk about that as the pain cave. That's where the rowers go to find out who really has the fitness, who has the composure. And right now, Texas doing a nice job showing that they are able to walk away at this point, putting themselves in a great position for the grand final. These boats racing for lanes. So Texas looking for a little bit of open water as we move into the final strokes. They have about a seat now of open water over Michigan State. Michigan State still in contact with UNC. So a slight lead for Michigan State over UNC. But sure to heat up a little bit here as we come into the final 250 meters.
And coming into the red buoys here, the final stretch, this is actually a really exciting time for coxswains too. Now, I know the rowers are on screen. They are the stars of the show, but they cannot do it without these coxswains. And it's pretty exciting to look over in a bow loader and see those other bow balls, and you're trying to push your crew forward. And it looks like right now we still have Texas in the lead, so that Texas coxswain really pushing their crew forward here to finish strong. They look pretty relaxed, pretty good here. A little squeeze in the legs coming into that last few hundred meters. And it looks like MSU not far behind, still connected. UNC right in the race there. It looks like Texas really pushing, really walking away here. Little bit of open water now. It looks like they may be crossing the line first here, followed by MSU. UNC, those Tar Heels in baby blue coming across 3rd. And it looks like UGA, we have trailing just a little bit. Still have a nice rhythm here coming across in maybe 100 meters or so. But just finishing at their own rhythm here. A little bit back from the pack. But still looking pretty good. And again, that looks unofficially like Texas, MSU, UNC in that baby blue, and UGA in 4th. And it looks like we have a clean start off the line for the men's 3V. That is the third varsity 8, heat 1. And in lane 2, we have Purdue. Lane 3, Bucknell. Lane 4, Virginia Rowing Association. And lane 5, Michigan Rowing Association. And this should be a pretty fun race. Again, these 3Vs are very fun to watch because it's such a mix of athletes that it's really, really exciting to see who kind of just has a better race on race day. So it should be pretty exciting off the start.
Yeah, I agree, Whitney. Again, these race for lanes are all about execution. And right now it looks like Bucknell, with that hot start, they are in the lead here just out of 250 meters. So clean start for them. Bucknell with a 1 length advantage over lane 3, Virginia. And then, that would be Michigan. So Michigan in the second place position just by about 2 seats over Virginia. Back to Virginia by just a bit of open water. It's going to be Purdue. But again, with these third varsity 8s, what we're seeing is depth. So the depth of these programs to have 3 varsity 8s, probably plus, is just, it's a testament to the strength of that program, to their recruiting. Maybe some novices filling out the seats here. But really a nice job here by Bucknell right off of the start, approaching the first 500 meters gone. It is already open water for them.
I do have to compliment Bucknell on this start. Now, they are a program that has a very long history of success as well. Really, all 4 of these programs do, but Bucknell really taking a strong lead. They look very comfortable here. I have to compliment this coxswain on their steering. So far, pretty straight down the lane. That looks really, really nice. They have a nice rhythm going. I'm not sure exactly what their stroke rate is quite yet, but we do have a pretty tight race between these 3. I don't know. This could be a pretty good one as we come through the 1,000, even the 1,500. Places could change pretty quickly in these third V8s.
Well, I've got Bucknell clocked at 34 strokes a minute. They look to have quite a bit of good spacing. Spacing, for those of you who might be new to rowing, is what we refer to as the space between the puddles. So if you get a lot of spacing as the boat runs out, you're going to get a lot of run from the boat, meaning that it's very efficient, essentially. So here we go back to the racing action. Bucknell out in front, but heating up between Michigan and Virginia. So Michigan in that second place position, just about 3 seats over Virginia. So Virginia with open water over Purdue. So again, this is a race for lanes, and as Whitney and I have been talking about all morning with a lot of these races, is that this is about execution. This is about putting the race plan into action, maybe taking a couple of risks in terms of how you decide those different moves down the race course. I mean, as a coxswain, Whitney, what would you say, you would be telling your crews at this point?
Yeah, that's a really good question here because, again, you don't want to get too comfortable. This is the point of the race, kind of moving into that 1250 point, where you start making a move towards the finish, that you really don't want to get comfortable, but you want to keep your crew's heads in the game. So I think we're going to be here focusing on a little bit of rhythm, bringing it up if we have to. Again, Bucknell looks like they still have a pretty comfortable lead. So if I'm the Bucknell coxswain, I'm going to be just kind of keeping that rhythm going all the way through, getting that run all the way to the bow and letting that boat just push towards that finish line. If I'm in the race back with these other 3 boats, I think I'm going to be bringing that rate up just a little bit and trying to get a little bit more run out of that boat and see if we can reel them in 1 seat at a time, which it looks like might be happening here. This is an exciting race here coming up. Mm-hmm. Are you seeing what I'm seeing?
I am. I mean, I'm looking at Michigan with a real I'm looking at Michigan with a really amazing sprint here. Again, they don't have to do that. They know that they're in a qualifying position, but again, this is about testing your limits, and every single time you step out on a race course, you want to improve. So while Bucknell has held on to a substantial lead for the majority of this race, they're looking at a really, really strong challenge out of Michigan, closest to the shoreline. Behind them, it's going to be Virginia, so Virginia back to Michigan by about a length, and then Purdue in the trailing position. But let's see if the Bison can hold on to that lead. We're now in the final 250 meters here. This is just a heat race for lanes for the men's third varsity 8. Bucknell in the lead.
And it looks like coming into the last few strokes here, Bucknell is really squeezing with the legs here, pushing, crossing the finish line first here, but not by much. Michigan with just a hint of open water here, followed by Virginia. And trailing here, we have Purdue. But again, just a few boat lengths of open water, and that's what makes these third V8s pretty exciting here. You never know what's going to happen in the last few hundred meters.
Okay, and we have a start. This is the women's second varsity 8. Again, just one heat here, racing for lanes. We've only got 3 boats on the course, but each boat is so important as they are the second varsity 8 for their program. Again, that is a sign of depth in that team. In lane 2, it's Grand Valley, lane 3, Vermont, and lane 4, Purdue. These 3 crews, some of the top club programs in the nation. And right now we're looking at a really hot start coming out of Vermont. So Vermont with just a slight lead over Purdue. Purdue with just a couple of seats over Grand Valley. Again, super early on in this race. We'll let it shake out a little bit as these crews settle into their base rate. Right, these crews not quite at 500 meters yet, and it's actually tightening up here between these 3 boats. So Vermont just barely holding on to the lead over Purdue, maybe by about half a seat, and then Grand Valley right there behind Purdue by, again, about that same margin. So boats doing a great job as they come down the race course. We're looking at some different oar configurations in the Vermont boat. We have a couple of buckets right there. So Whitney, you want to explain what a bucket rig is?
Yeah, I was just going to ask you about that. This is a very interesting bucket, especially, a second V8. You don't always see this done, but it does sort of help balance the power. If you have certain rowers that row certain sides and you just need to balance out your power a little bit, maybe a little bit more on the bow side, a little bit more with your stroke. And we can see here that they do have a starboard stroke as well. So a pretty unusual configuration that looks like it's just going to help them balance out their strengths going all the way down to that bow seat. So yeah, very interesting configuration for a second 8. Can make it a little complicated for a coxswain if you're not paying attention and you're getting into the race. So you do have to make sure you got your seats right.
That is true. And a little bit of a wildlife interference there. We've got some geese on the course. Looks like the Vermont coxswain was able to bypass that. But unfortunate here, the Purdue boat looks to have caught a pretty wicked crab, I am sure that they are going to be able to get that back and maybe do a little bit of a mini start to get back into the race, because previous to that, they had evened themselves up with Vermont. But now it's Grand Valley's race. So Grand Valley now pushing themselves into the lead. They have been very, very patient, just kind of keeping their own heads in the boat. They can't really, determine what happens in the other boat, and they are in charge of what happens in that lane. In lane 2, it is Grand Valley doing a really nice job here as they have just kind of ticked it along and pushed themselves to a 1 boat length lead over Vermont. Purdue now back in the 3rd place position. Again, this is a race for lanes. So, these guys are going to move on to the grand final. Mentally, how do you recover a crew from a technical error like that?
Yeah, that is a great question. And a lot of it is being calm, cool, and collected. You really have to just definitively say, all right, here's what we're going to do. Heads back in the game, mini start. We're okay, let's get going. And you kind of just get their heads back in the game and kind of get them back and relaxed into that base rate. Again, you got to get heart rates down, you got to get heads back in the boat, and just kind of get them back on track with that race plan. And that's not always easy, especially for somebody who maybe hasn't had that happen before. But it looks like they're recovering and kind of getting back in the game here, and we'll see what they can do. See if they can maybe take the rate up a beat or two and get back in the game.
Yeah, and I think that in terms of, a crab happening, any sort of a mistake, the oarlock popping out, whatever, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. For anyone that's been on the race course, they know that that is a part of racing sometimes. So it's all how you recover, how you maintain composure. If you've got a good coxswain, it's a lot easier to develop that composure. So right now, Grand Valley doing a great job out in front. Vermont with that hot start, they are slipped back to 2nd place, and then Purdue trying to get back into the thick of things. But again, they have another chance, another opportunity in that grand final to execute a perfect race.
And I think you nailed it too when you said opportunity. I think that's a really good word here, because you can always fire up your crew and use that to your advantage to kind of get their heads back in the game and say, like, look, we got this. We can take a little mini start again and take a 10, push the rate up, use their heart rates being up a little bit elevated to kind of get back in the game. And as we cross the 1500 here, it looks like we still have a commanding lead here by Grand Valley here, which has a long history, again, of having a very large program. So the depth in this program typically is very, very good, and they have a lot of athletes to work with. So
yeah,
it looks very good.
I was able to talk to the Grand Valley head coach yesterday, which was a great conversation, and he really wanted to take hats off to his student leadership on the team. They really are the ones that create the culture in the program. They're the ones that guide the spirit of the team, and we're seeing that right now in this second varsity 8. They've got good heads on their shoulders, just kind of doing their job, doing what they need to do to get into that grand final. And then Vermont as well. Vermont, rowing out of Burlington on Lake Champlain, I think that they row on.
I think you're right.
Yeah, they are doing a great job, still holding off Purdue, but Purdue, hats off to them for recovering from that crab and now attempting to pull even with Vermont for these final few strokes. So I'm looking forward to the grand final, actually, of this race tomorrow. That's going to be quite a barn burner, I think, from start to finish. As this race progresses down the race course, we've seen quite a bit of drama, which is always, exciting in a sport where not a whole lot happens in a very short amount of time. But I think the excitement has been watching Purdue recover and bring themselves back into the race.
Yeah, they are definitely back in the race here. And as a Southern Californian, it's very exciting to see a school like Vermont coming out of this and really holding their own here. Looks like they're still in second. We have Grand Valley crossing the line first with about a boat of open water, very roughly. But Purdue really pushing here for that second place. It looks like Purdue may be across the line second, just barely over Vermont.
I agree, Whitney. That was Purdue in that second place position, just barely in front of Vermont. So great job to them, and great job for their coxswain. I would say that was a coxswain's race.
Thank you. Yeah. Yes, well deserved. Good job to those coxswains. Purdue, especially keeping them back, getting their heads back in the game and back on track for that second place finish.
All right, and thank you for your patience here as we sort things out at the finish line tower. We've got 2 reps in front of us. The repechage, that is a second chance heat, basically, to advance to the grand final. This is the men's second novice 8, repechage number 1. We've got 4 boats on the course. In lane 2, Minnesota. Lane 3, Connecticut. Lane 4, University of North Carolina. And lane 5, UC Davis. And right now, your early leader just past 500 meters in will be Connecticut. So Connecticut looking at a little bit of open water over the remaining field. Really, really tight here between UNC and UC Davis. Slight advantage is going to go to UC Davis, maybe by about a deck over UNC. And then in the 4th place position, it will be Minnesota, the Gophers from Minnesota, doing a nice job here, just not quite holding pace with the rest of the crew. But one thing to note is that only 1 boat out of this rep will move on to the grand final. So Connecticut trying to make a statement here and push themselves into that grand final, doing a nice job as we approach the first 1,000 meters gone.
All right, crossing the 1,000-meter mark, it looks like Connecticut still has a pretty commanding lead, followed by UC Davis, and then UNC, again, the baby blue Tar Heels there, followed by Minnesota. So Connecticut looking pretty comfortable out here in the front at about a 34, so about 34 strokes per minute. That's a pretty comfortable pace coming through that 1,000-meter mark. And again, not too far behind is UC Davis, headed by absurdly accomplished coach Desmond Stahl, who has a long history of forming very deep, very strong teams that have very strong middle thousands coming into that third 500. UC Davis should be a pretty strong contender coming into this second half. UC Davis from California is also where Olympian Seth Wheel comes from. Don't know if you guys remember Seth Wheel from the last couple Olympics in a 4. So he hails from UC Davis. But we should see a pretty good race here, I think, from Davis and Connecticut.
I think so. And so although Connecticut has led from start to this point, 250 meters gone, it's UC Davis that's on the charge right now, trying furiously to see if they can take a little bit of that lead away from Connecticut in the final strokes. So a good sprint could do it. But Connecticut, a savvy crew, they are taking that stroke rate up and hoping to hold them off in these final 250 meters. They're just about to hit those red buoys, and this is where the blinding pain comes in, as you just have to push that out of your brain, know that you've got about 20-25 strokes left, and anything is possible. So again, 1 boat moves on to the grand final. As we come down to the final strokes here, Connecticut, we can hear their coxswain all the way at the finish line tower, making sure that that crew is their bow first across the line here. And so far, they're holding on to it. All right, and we're hearing some definite screams of joy there coming out of that second novice 8 from Connecticut. Even though those coxswains have microphones, I don't think they needed them for that race. All right, so Connecticut holding on to that lead, followed by UC Davis. and then the University of North Carolina and Minnesota. So Davis, North Carolina, and Minnesota will move on to the petite finals. Connecticut to the grands unofficially.
All right, and it looks like we have a start here from the men's second novice 8. That is the repechage number 2. And in lane 2, we have Purdue. Lane 3, Michigan State. Lane 4, Orange Coast College. And lane 5, UMass. And it looks like all boats still connected off the line. We will see who kind of starts to settle in and make a move. Again, these second novice 8s, almost anything goes.
That is absolutely true. And right off of the start, we had a little bit of a steering issue from Michigan State, but they got right back into their lane. Sometimes the excitement of the start can throw the crew off a little bit, and that's all a part of the experience of being a novice. Again, it's all about composure and listening to your coxswain, and they've done a great job getting themselves back straight down the course. But in terms of placement, it's going to be Purdue out in front, looking to have about a 2-seat advantage over Orange Coast College. Orange Coast, a perennial power, especially in the novice boats and the freshman boats. So Orange Coast just behind Purdue. Now back to them by open water, it is going to be Michigan State. They are in that 3rd place position. And then in 4th, it will be University of Massachusetts rowing out of lane 5. So closest to shore, closest to the spectator shore, Massachusetts in 4th. And so we've got 2 races really heating up here. Really tight between Purdue and now Orange Coast pulling even with Purdue.
All right, as we start pushing into that 1,000-meter mark, it looks like Orange Coast College has taken the lead, maybe a half a boat length over Purdue. We'll see as we kind of start to cross the 1,000 here. But Orange Coast College, again, not that I'm biased, that is my alma mater, so I have to say go Coast. But they are at about a 35 here. That means a 35 strokes per minute coming into that 1,000. They, again, have a very, very strong history of depth for these athletes. And Purdue looking like they are at about a 34. So again, 34 versus 35. It'll be endurance versus rates, and we'll see what happens as we cross the 1,000. Orange Coast College looking pretty good. They've got a nice rhythm here, getting a little bit of space between those puddles. Looks like they're out of their puddles here, but Purdue is not going to make this easy on them. That is for sure.
Absolutely not. And again, you know, they know that only one boat's going to move on to that grand final. And as we come all boats past the 1,000-meter line, Orange Coast really trying to make a statement here. When I'm going to go back to the stroke ratings for those of you, again, that, you know, moms and dads, grandmas and grandpas that might be new to the sport of rowing. We're talking about stroke ratings because it really is an important aspect of a race plan. A lower stroke rating might benefit a crew that's a little bit bigger, a little bit stronger, more power in the boat. Higher stroke rating might benefit a crew that is a little bit lighter, maybe a little bit more technically adept. And right now, lots of power in that Orange Coast boat as they come into the final 750 meters for them, trying to hold off Purdue. Purdue doing a really nice job here, well ahead of Michigan State and then finally University of Massachusetts.
And it looks like Coast has a very comfortable lead here, crossing the 1,500 meter mark. Purdue crossing now, so about a boat and a half length open water over Purdue. One thing you may not know about Orange Coast College, too, is that they are the only community college that will be rowing here. So 2 years only. These crews do not get 4 years to row together. They only get 2. So they really have to see what they can do with what they get each year and make the best of it with 2 years. And so it's very exciting to come see them race these crews that get to be together for 4 years.
Absolutely. Orange Coast, always a strong program nationally. Again, we used to refer it when I wrote at Cal, it was what we called a feeder program to the Division I schools, always getting these fabulous athletes that had a chance to, get the academics out of the way, get a lot of really great training in down there in the Back Bay of Newport, and then move into a Division I program with a lot of experience and technical expertise. And we're seeing that right now. Open water lead for Orange Coast as we come into the final 250 meters over Purdue. Purdue maybe conserving a little bit of energy, knowing you don't want to completely just throw it all in there, but I think that they realize, hey, we're in second place. Let's hold on to a little bit of that energy as we move into these final strokes. Michigan State just behind Purdue by about a length, and then behind them by about 2 lengths of open water, it will be the University of Massachusetts. Okay, we've got 2 repêchages. French is not my strong language there, but we have the first of 2 repêchage. This is the women's novice 8. 4 boats on the course. In lane 2, Pittsburgh. Lane 3, University of Oregon. Lane 4, Florida. And lane 5, Grand Valley. So as we come through the first strokes here, we'll get a little better drone shot of an overhead, but it looks like we have a clean start, so just past that first 250 meters. Again, stroke ratings are pretty high. Whitney, can you talk a little bit about what the strategy would be in a start?
I love starts. I'm so glad you asked. So as we come through the first 100 meters or so, we first want to make sure that we have a nice clean start because we don't want any breakage and we want to be able to steer as coxswains. And one thing that people don't really realize is how difficult steering is at the start. So we have to sit there, we have to make sure our crew is pointed directly down the center of that lane and make sure that our rowers are in tune enough, and again, this only happens with practice, to actually push through and under the water at the same time with the same amount of squeeze and power so we can get off the line with those shorter strokes nice and clean with equal amount of power. If we have one side that's pushing a little bit too hard, we're going sideways. And that just takes a lot of practice. So once we kind of get through those first couple strokes, then we want to settle in with a nice clean, tight, sharp few strokes before we settle into that base rate.
And so by base rate, it's a much lower stroke rating than the first maybe 20 starting sequences. So getting a boat that's that heavy and long up to racing speed takes quite a bit of technical effort and a lot of power, but trying to keep it composed and make sure that the blades are making an actual complete stroke is really important. So we saw a really good start here by all of these crews, but right now it's the University of Florida with the strong lead coming into the first 500 meters. Behind them, it's going to be pretty tight between Grand Valley and Oregon. So Oregon and Grand Valley almost even, but again, very early on here in the race. But what's clear is that Florida is well out in front. Again, only one boat is going to move on to the grand final in this women's novice 8. Right now, Florida making a statement, really leaving nothing on the table in these early meters. But right now, really heating up here between Oregon and Grand Valley for that second place position. Behind them, it will be Pittsburgh in the 4th place spot. And all crews rowing well, approaching 750 meters gone. Really nice showing here from the University of Oregon at the top of your screen. Right now, looking like they are pulling even and maybe even a little bit ahead of Grand Valley. As we move into the final 1,000 meters here, we'll see what happens at that third 500. We talk about that is probably the most difficult part of the race. This is a very long race, almost a mile and a half, right? And so, you have to make sure that you don't put everything out on the course in the first 1,000 because really it's the finish line where it counts. And so you'll see the fitness and the technique, some level heads that really, lots of practice and a lot of race preparation and visualization really make that third 500 smooth. And really that's the delimiter between crews. That's where we see a lot of separation happen. And right now, Oregon doing a really nice job. They row on Dexter Lake, just outside of Eugene. This year, that was the site of the Pac-12 championships for the first time ever. That went off really, really well. So Oregon trying to rebuild after COVID and doing a nice job here with this showing in the women's novice 8. But all about Florida, well out in front, lots of open water for them. As a coxswain, Whitney, what's the advantage or what is the strategy when you know that you've got that substantial of a lead at this point? How do you keep your crews basically keeping pushing forward and not just like settling back knowing that they've got that good lead?
Absolutely. I love that question because it's really not about motivation here. It's really about keeping their heads in the game and having a nice row to the finish. And again, not letting them get too comfortable because as we've seen before, anything can happen in racing. You could catch a crab, you could lose your steering, anything could happen. So it's really about maintaining the focus and keeping the seriousness of the situation going through their heads as they start to cross the line and come towards the finish. But really just kind of keeping them calm, collected, and cool. Maybe a little bit of assertiveness in the voice here, but not over-excitement, so they're not getting too excited about that finish and starting to rush a little bit. Coming across that 1,500, though, Florida looking pretty good. Almost looks like they brought the rate up a little bit right there. I'm not sure if they did, but it looked like it.
Well, and that would be about right as we come into the final 500 meters. Maybe taking a sprint a little bit early, and again, it's about execution. It's about really putting that race plan into practice so that when you get into that grand final, it feels perfect. I had a chance to talk to a couple of the athletes from the University of Florida program yesterday. Really, really great group of kids. The women were the point trophy winner at ACRA's. That was really cool. They won both the novice 4. And the men's pair, the men's novice 4. So, I mean, really, really strong showing in that novice program. The men's and the women's program work really closely together. Obviously, they train separately, but they are a close, cohesive team. And they did tell me that they lost a lot of athletes over COVID during the shutdown. People made other decisions. They had a hard time holding on to people. And so this is really a rebuilding year for them. And the effort for them being here at ACRA's is to show those new athletes what is possible.
And that is really great to hear, too. Florida is, again, another one of those programs that has so much depth, typically. They usually have a very large team and tend to do very well, so they have a lot of athletes to work with. And just, again, we're seeing it here. They're leaving it all out on the water.
All right, and it will be Florida with their bow first across the line, followed by Oregon, the Ducks, doing a great showing here in this women's novice 8 for Oregon. They are followed by Grand Valley, and then in the trailing position, rowing out of lane 2, it will be Pittsburgh. Okay, this is the second repechage for the women's novice 8. We have 5 boats on the course now. In lane 2, Arizona State. Lane 3, Illinois. Lane 4, Orange Coast. Lane 5, Ohio State. And lane 6, Virginia Commonwealth University. Okay, and we're early on here in this race, but it's already pretty spread out. Right now, your leader is going to be Orange Coast College. They have a bit of open water over Illinois. Illinois with a bit of open water over Arizona State. And then back to Arizona State by a few seats, it will be Virginia Commonwealth University. And then in the 5th place spot, Ohio State. So again, Orange Coast currently your leader in this second repechage of the women's novice 8. Okay, and just as a reminder of the progressions in this event, we have one boat only that will move on to the grand final. The remainder will move on to the petite level finals. Again, yesterday as we were walking around Whitney talking to athletes, talking to coaches, one of the programs that I was really impressed by was Arizona State. They row on Tempe Town Lake. They are the only rowing program in Arizona. Talked to one of their athletes, one of their captains, and he just had so much spirit and so much confidence, and they've really done an amazing job. Arizona taking many medals at the WIRA Championships in Lake Natoba in Sacramento this past season, with a really strong novice program, quite a few, again, true novices, and when we say true novices, meaning that this is their first year of rowing, some really with only a few months of training under their belt, so doing a nice job here. In that third place position is Arizona State. In first, though, it will be the Pirates of Orange Coast. They are well out in front. They had a really great start, and they have just continued to walk away from the field. Behind them, it's going to be Illinois, and then again Arizona State, followed by Virginia Commonwealth, and then Ohio State. All right, and we have all crews past the 1,000-meter line approaching the final 500. Orange Coast continues to be out in front. They have a bit of open water over the rest of the field. Really great racing here out of Illinois. Illinois, I think, Whitney, you were able to talk to some of those ladies yesterday. Think about their year and their season. What did you learn?
Illinois was one of those programs that was probably one of the biggest surprises to talk to. I really, really enjoyed my time with them, and they were such an impressive group of athletes. Could not believe that not only did they not have coaches for a lot of their time training for this, but they were practicing in one of the guys' backyards. They had ergs down at a row house. They had ergs in somebody's backyard, and they were just out training, getting the work done by themselves. So, not making a big splash. Again, not a program we hear a ton about in California, and to see them out here on the water doing as well as they've done today, and then hearing their story and how much work they've had to do just on their own time, is so impressive.
Yeah, and that's really a statement to that student leadership. When you have the desire to get a program up and running, and obviously out here doing a really, really great job. I'm going to be looking for them next year on the varsity level for sure. So that's really impressive. I mean, just holding it together where you have these dark and dreary mornings without that much visibility into the springtime, and then here they are at a national championship. So Orange Coast, again, back to your leader, they are again still well out in front, about a half a boat length of open water for them over Illinois with a boat length between themselves and Arizona State. And then several boat lakes back will move over to the outside lane. That's Virginia Commonwealth in fourth, followed by Ohio State in fifth. Again, one boat moving on to the Grands unofficially. That will be Orange Coast College. Okay, and we are already underway in repechage number 1 for the men's second varsity 8 with 4 boats. Minnesota in lane 2, Purdue in lane 3, Virginia in lane 4, and Ohio State in lane 5. To the final here.
And we are past the 1,000 now. It looks like we have 2 to the final, but we are going to confirm that. Again, in lane 2, we have Minnesota, go Gophers. We have lane 3, Purdue. Lane 4, Virginia Rowing Association. And lane 5, Ohio State. Typically a very big program, too, coming across the 1,500 meters. It looks like Virginia in the front here. Again, typically a very small program. Or very strong program, excuse me, rowing out on Collegiate Lake, I believe. Very beautiful part of Virginia near the Blue Ridge Mountains. Minnesota also typically a very strong team here, lane 2, and we're going to see where our cameras take us. Looks like Purdue trailing just a little bit in lane 3. There we go. We have a nice picture up on our screen again. Tight race here between Virginia, Purdue, and Minnesota, it looks like. And again, we have a correction. That would be 1 boat to the final, not 2. So these crews are really going to start to fight for it as we come into the last 250 now. We're getting close. Looks like Virginia really duking it out here with Purdue. Very, very close coming into the last couple hundred meters here. We are going to see the rates start to come up and a little bit more squeeze, maybe a little bit more enthusiasm from these coxswains here. We are pretty much bow ball to bow ball here. Purdue and Virginia in that bright orange there. Can't miss them. Still edging out Purdue a little bit. Couple seats ahead and walking. And I'm going to give that to Virginia. Then Purdue, that is unofficial, of course. Followed by Minnesota on the outside there. And looks like Ohio State still trailing a few boat lengths back. A couple hundred meters to go for them. But strong finish by Virginia there in that bright orange. Love to see those flashes of orange across the water here coming across first as we finish up here. Looks like Ohio State coming across in 4th. And again, that should be 1 to the final.
Okay, and then just going back to that previous race, the men's second varsity 8, I believe it was top 2 to the final, not the top 1. Sorry, we've kind of gone back and forth. The progression system here is fairly complicated, so we're having to work with the timing group to make sure that what we're letting you guys know is correct. We'll do every attempt to make sure that we're accurate. All right, so we're back in the racing action. We've just had a clean start here in the 1 rep repechage for the women's varsity 8. In lane 1, Ohio State. Lane 2, University of Georgia. Lane 3, UC Davis. Lane 4, UC Santa Barbara. Lane 5, Vermont. Lane 6, University of Florida. And Lane 7, Oregon. And your early leader here will be Davis rowing out of lane 3. They have just about a deck over their closest competitor, which is going to come out of lane 5. That's Vermont. Vermont sitting with about 2 seats over UC Santa Barbara. Back to UC Santa Barbara in the 4th place position, it will be Georgia. So Georgia with a length over 5th place, Florida, and then Florida maybe a couple seats over Ohio State. And then in the 7th place position, it will be Oregon. So again, early leader is UC Davis, but looking at a really strong charge here by Vermont. And just as I've called all of those placements out, Vermont pulling even with Davis for the lead. Those 2 boats very, very close to each other, bow ball to bow ball. Savvy coxswains are going to look across and call for placement. So telling their rowers exactly where they're at. Give me a little bit more power. Give me 1 seat. You know, what kind of calls would you have here? In a 7-boat race, there's a lot of action going on, a lot of distraction. Whitney, what would be your call here for that Vermont boat?
Great question. For that Vermont boat, you know, again, you want to keep their heads in the game. You're going to hear so much noise. You're going to hear the chug, chug, chug of those riggers and the blades being pushed under the water, and you're going to hear other coxswains yelling other things. And so it's really going to be about getting their heads in the game and saying, listen to my voice. Mine's the only one that matters here. Let's start to kind of find that rhythm. We're in a good, confident spot. We should be comfortable here for now. Let's find that rhythm before we really start to walk away. So kind of setting the pace here for the rest of the race in attitude, in mentality, and in the rhythm.
And I'm seeing definitely that attitude of composure coming out of the Vermont boat. So they have taken over the lead from Davis. Davis and Vermont pretty close to each other, just a few seats separating themselves, and quite a bit of race course left. So we know that, you know, a lot can happen between this point in the race course and the finish line. But right now, Vermont and Davis well out in front. In the 3rd place position, Santa Barbara continues. They're holding off University of Georgia in 4th place. Behind them, it's going to be Ohio State. And then, you know, we're looking at the drone coverage, same as you online, hoping to get maybe a little bit wider angle so we can capture where Florida and Oregon are at. All right, Vermont continuing with that lead. Not a whole lot has changed in terms of spacing between the crews. So about even speed right here coming into this 3rd 500. It would be really cool to be able to see the splits. And by splits, I mean the time for each 500-meter chunk of this race. Because when not a whole lot has changed, that means that you have relatively good speed, even speed between a lot of these crews. So Vermont out in front, holding off UC Davis. Santa Barbara still right there in that 3rd place position. All right, in this progression, we will see 2 of these boats advance to the grand final. Right now, we're looking at those top 2 boats as being from Vermont and UC Davis. So all the way across the country, those competitors, Vermont rowing in the kingdom, the kingdom of Vermont, and then UC Davis rowing in the port of Sacramento. They could not be 2 opposite bodies of water, and both of them doing a great job here on Melton Lake in Oak Ridge. Back to both of those boats by a bit of open water, it will be UC Santa Barbara. UC Santa Barbara looking at a spot in the petite final. Santa Barbara also with a great history of club rowing and top finishes here at the ACRA Championships. Behind them in the 4th place position, it's going to be Georgia. Georgia rowing out of lane 2, but also really close to them, Florida. So Florida on the other side of the race course. We'll see what happens as we come down the race, but it's heating up here between Vermont and Davis. So Vermont still holding on to that lead, but Davis, man, what a sprint they've got. Whitney, take a look at this. I think, again, we're going to be looking at perhaps another photo finish.
What makes better TV? I mean, this is a great finish here. Vermont really staying composed and holding on to this race almost all the way through, and then out of nowhere, we have UC Davis coming in for the kill. And this is very, very exciting here. Coming into the last 10 strokes or so, both of these crews, looks like Vermont is still going to try to hang on to their lead with anything they've got left. They are going for it.
But great sprint there by Davis. And again, top 2 boats advanced to the grand final. So they did what they needed to do. They got in. Vermont, again, they are looking really, really strong in all of the events that they've been out on the water in this morning. UC Santa Barbara finishing now. Here comes Georgia, followed by Ohio State. So 4th and 5th right there. And then now University of Florida. And then finally Oregon.
Looks like so far now we have a clean start for the men's single, and this is the D final. So looks like all boats are almost connected here. Lane 1, we have William Turner from Vermont. Excuse me, actually that looks like we may have a scratch on lane 1 here. So that would be lane 2, Kansas. Lane 3, Kansas State Association. Lane 4, Northwestern. Lane 5, University of Cincinnati, and lane 6, UMass.
All right, and this is a final. This is the D level or fourth level final for these athletes. They progressed to this point out of the time trials. This is the only event that had a time trial on Friday because we had 24 athletes that wanted to row the single. The single is a tough boat to row. And, you know, with a lot of these smaller programs, that's probably the best training tool that they have. So if you've got the bravery and you want to put yourself to the test, come and row the single at a national championship.
Yeah, you know, the cool thing, though, about the single, and I think in particular at this race now, is the last 2 years, so many programs have had to row singles because of COVID. So we're actually seeing a lot more athletes in these singles that we typically might see in bigger boats. So it's actually been pretty exciting to see athletes kind of move into some of the sculling boats, some of the smaller boats, which actually make you better at the big boats.
Well, and with all of the COVID regulations, you know, and having to train in different scenarios, the single was a fantastic tool for programs to use. You know, there's no one else around. I probably didn't have to wear a mask in a single when you were training. So it was really the perfect training tool over COVID. I talked to one of the athletes, Mason Phillips, yesterday from Kansas State, and he talked about, you know, there are only 3 athletes here from Kansas State. They've got a couple girls that are in the double, and then Mason in the single, and that is their team right now. That is who came out here to contest themselves here on Melton Lake, and Mason actually doing a great job. He is currently in the second place position. Just ahead of him will be Stephen Juneau from Northwestern State. Apologies ahead of time if I completely slaughter the pronunciations of the last names. So Stephen Juneau from Northwestern State with a lead just about a seat in front of Mason Phillips from Kansas State. Behind them, it's going to be pretty tight here between Hamilton of Kansas, Winkler of University of Cincinnati, and Garrido from the University of Massachusetts. I'm going to give the advantage for the third place position to Garrido of University of Massachusetts. So one of the things that works really well in the time trials is to get boats of relatively even speed out in this grand final, or in this final. So coming out of the time trials, they were able to look at the times and match up boats of like speed so that we don't have a final that's super spread out over the course. And we're seeing that right now. There's still, you know, the contact between all 5 boats on the course. All right, Juneau continues with a very slight lead, but he's watched that shrink as Mason Phillips from Kansas State has pulled up almost even with him. So those top 2 boats with a little bit of space between themselves and the rest of the field. So Northwestern State, Kansas State even. Back behind them, we'll look to the University of Cincinnati. And then, the University of Massachusetts in third, followed by Cincinnati and then Kansas. But right now, really great racing here down the middle of the course between Northwestern State, and Kansas State. So one of the things that I'll say about sculling in these collegiate events is that I am guessing that some of these athletes out here do have experience. If they had experience rowing in high school, most likely they were rowing in a sculling boat. They had experience in a single. And we'll probably see that this morning and tomorrow across the different boat categories, the different sculling categories. You'll see those crews that had quite a bit of training experience when they were in high school, and those programs now that are focusing on the sculling boats. We have some really, really small teams. And, rowing the double, focusing on the double or focusing on a single, that's a great strategy for some of these up and coming programs to capitalize on, a small team and really focusing on their athletes. And right now, Northwestern State and Kansas State really doing a nice job as they continue to progress down the race course, coming up to the final 500 meters.
And as we are moving towards the last 250 here, it looks like we have Northwestern State, that is Stephen Juneau, still in the lead, although not by much. We do have a pretty good race here coming into the last 250.
Kansas State, second.
And again, from our perspective here, Kansas State may be in second. That's in lane 2. Followed by what looks like University of Cincinnati here. That is Alex Winkler in lane 5.
And then UMass.
Followed by UMass here in lane 6. That is Jacob Garrido.
Hamilton from Kansas.
And then not far behind here, lane 2. That is Grant Hamilton from Kansas.
Eyes on the line. Watch steer flag off. 5 boats.
All right. Well, a little bit of a correction there. It looks like we blew it a bit on the on the finish of that race. We were correct with Northwestern State as being out in front, but it was Cincinnati in the second place position, and then Kansas State in third. Fourth will go to Hamilton from Kansas, and then fifth place would be University of Massachusetts. So apologies on the miscall of that race. We're going to make sure that our heat sheets are all correct as we move into this next race, which will be the women's double. This is the sea level final. We've got 4 boats on the course. In lane 3, Northwestern State. Lane 4, UC Irvine. Lane 5, University of Georgia. And lane 6, University of Rhode Island. Again, this is the C-level final, or the third level final, for the women's double. All right, and we are actually well underway in this race. All crews approaching the 1,000-meter line, if not right there. And our leader is going to be University of Rhode Island coming out of lane 5. So they have a fairly substantial lead. And then it's lanes 3, 4, and 5 in that order. So in second place, it's going to be Northwestern State. They are followed by UC Irvine and then University of Georgia. So a bit of a parade coming down the race course here in this double. University of Rhode Island continuing to hold on to a very strong lead. In this boat, they can feel pretty confident about where they're at, taking a look around, and in that lane 6 closest to the shoreline, they have a really nice vantage point to see the rest of the field. So hoping to hold on to, this is a really long race. This is much longer than it would be in an 8. And so these athletes, hopefully savvy about their level of fitness and cognizant of where they're at with their stroke rate, so that they can hold on to their pace for the remainder of this race. And University of Rhode Island doing a really nice job with that, holding their pace, holding that lead, looking across at the rest of the field and hoping to stay ahead. But right now, in the second place position, it's going to be Northwestern State. They have an open water lead over UC Irvine, and Irvine, a little bit of open water for them over the University of Georgia.
And coming across the 1,500 here in the women's double final, it looks like we have lane 6, University of Rhode Island, with a formidable lead here. And then again, 3, 4, and 5. So that would be Northwestern State in lane 3, UCI, again, those anteaters out on the water, lane 4, and lane 5, UGA. But University of Rhode Island has a pretty comfortable lead. Some would call that a little bit of a horizon. They look pretty comfortable there in front with a pretty comfortable lead. But these other crews are going to start to step it up here as we get closer to the 250. So again, you never know what's going to happen.
That's right. And for some of these athletes, this might be it. This might have been their event. They might not be crossing over into 8s or 4s or, any other boats. So this is their national championship, and really awesome job here by these ladies. And as they come through the final strokes, Rhode Island doing a nice job laying it down here and holding off Northwestern, Irvine, and UGA, University of Georgia, final 250 meters. In this C-level final. Okay, and we already have a race on the course, the men's double final C, with 7 boats on the lane on the course. In lane 1, Colorado; lane 2, Oklahoma State; lane 3, Grand Valley; lane 4, Boston College; lane 5, Michigan; lane 6, Vermont; and lane 7, Clemson. So from the announcer's tower, we'll try to get a placement for you. We are having to adjust a couple of things on our side. So with 7 boats on the course, we want to make sure to be as accurate as possible. So we've got some really beautiful shots here down the race course from our onshore cameras, and hoping to get our drone back in operation, which will really help, definitely help you as the spectators to see exactly where your crews are at. But we'll come back in just a minute once we have the race call.
Start on the pairs.
And as we're pushing towards the last 250 here for some of these crews, this is the men's double C final. So again, from our finish tower, we are going to do the best that we can right now with our cameras. And it's looking for us like lane 4 is in first here. That is Boston College. And then lane 1 here, that is Colorado. Lane 7, not far behind. That is Clemson. Lanes 3 and 5, pretty close here. That would be Grand Valley and Michigan Rowing Association. So 2 Michigan schools, pretty close here.
And then for the final 2 positions, it's going to be lane 6.
Final 2 positions looks from our angle again like lane 6. That is Vermont. And lane 2, Oklahoma State. But it looks like lane 4, Boston College.
Yeah,
still
Boston
in
College doing a great job. Very dominant performance here in the sea level final, with a good amount of open water between themselves and Colorado. So Colorado, nice job on the far shore. In the 3rd place position, we'll move outside. That will be Clemson. So Clemson in the 3rd place spot. All right, and in the 4th place position, it's going to be Grand Valley. Followed by Vermont. And then Michigan. And then finally, Oklahoma State. So that was the sea-level final for the men's double. We are already on the course with the men's pair. Again, a sea-level final or 3rd level final. These small boats can be pretty difficult to see. Right now I'm just using binoculars to look down the race course. We're trying to utilize our cameras appropriately so that we can get an accurate race call for you. In lane 1 in the men's pair, it's going to be Texas. Lane 2, Murray State University. Lane 3, Virginia. Lane 5, Arizona State. Excuse me, I'm going to do that again. Lane 1, Texas. Lane 2, Murray State. Lane 3, Virginia. Lane 4, Arizona State. Lane 5, Bucknell. And Lane 6, Grand Valley. Okay, a little bit of an update here as we pull into the final 500 meters of the sea-level final for the men's pair. The placement looks to be Grand Valley in the lead. They are followed by Texas rowing out of lane 1, and then Virginia in the 3rd place position. So those top 3 boats with a good amount of separation between themselves and the rest of the field. Got a little bit of a steering issue for lane 5, so I don't want to call that quite until I see exactly what's happening with them. That might not actually be lane 5, that might be lane 4. So Until we get kind of the true picture here, we'll disregard that lane at the moment, but what is clear is that Grand Valley is really having a great race there in lane 5, or in lane 6, closest to shore. But with lane 1, Texas also looking super strong. So coming into these final strokes, we're going to get a little better positioning so that we can see this finish. I'm actually going to turn that around and give Texas the advantage for the lead. Grand Valley looking to be in that second place position, and then followed by Virginia. So top 3 boats right there. We really are having some challenging steering issues from all of these crews, which is also a reason why some of the placement might have changed in a very short period of time. Again, the most notoriously difficult boat to row. And lane 1, Grand Valley, just really kind of walked away with it in this final 500 meters. So here they are. They're bow first across the line. I'm sorry, that would be Texas with Texas in that first place position. And now here is Grand Valley and then Virginia. All right, and then Murray State finishing, followed by Arizona State, and then with Bucknell in that final position. All right, well, that was a very difficult race to call, Whitney. I don't know whether you would agree, but one of the things that's difficult about the small boats is sometimes steering is a challenge. And we had some boats that came out of their lanes, crisscrossed and whatnot. Everyone, there was no interference or anything, so that was great, but very difficult to call what was going on in that last race. So apologies there, but Texas was your leader, followed by Grand Valley and then Virginia. So those are top 3 boats there. We're moving over to a sea level final for the women's varsity 4. There are just 3 boats on the course, with UC Irvine in lane 2, University of Cincinnati in lane 3, and the Jaguars. That's Indiana University, Purdue University. So it's not a combined squad. It's actually a university that pulls both from Purdue and from Indiana University. So we'll just refer to them as the Jaguars. They are rowing out of lane 4. Remember, this is all that the
All right, and again, this is the women's varsity 4 C final. We are past the 1,000-meter mark here, and again, we're going to do our best here to give you the best angles that we can with the cameras that we've got right now, and it's looking to us like University of Cincinnati in first, in the lead there, followed very closely by those Jaguars in lane 4, and then in lane 2, that would be UCI, again, UC Irvine in Southern California, again, those anteaters. Bringing up the rear a little bit, but it looks like we do have a pretty close race here between University of Cincinnati and the Jaguars. So Cincinnati just opening up a little bit of water here. They're nice and long. They look pretty composed still coming across the 1,500-meter mark. Really, really holding a nice lead there and kind of still walking away.
Yeah, it looked, as the angles change, you can really see a little bit more detail. So nicely done for these crews.
All right, and again, it's looking, as we're getting a little bit more clarity here, forgive us on some of these mistakes here. It's a little bit hard for us to see, but it's looking like maybe the Jaguars are actually taking the lead here. That is in lane 4, so forgive us. We're just trying to keep you on your toes here, folks, down at the finish line. Looks like lane 3, University of Cincinnati, might be trailing just behind, but still making a push, again, coming into that last 250. We never know what's going to happen. And that would be followed by lane 2, UCI. Again, those anteaters bringing up the rear here, but not too far behind. So Jaguars kind of making their way into those red buoys now.
Yeah, and well done. I think the Jaguars did a nice job. It was a little bit closer at the 1,000-meter line, so what we were looking at was a really tight battle here between Cincinnati and the Jaguars, and now the Jaguars, as they came into their final 500 meters, did a nice job pulling farther away. UC Irvine still in that third place position. Really haven't lost that much ground, so they're there in the mix and coming in third in this third level final. Okay, we have boats on the water already almost at 1,000 meters gone. This is the sea level final for the men's varsity 4. Again, as we adjust our cameras and get back into a good positioning here, we will try to be as accurate as possible. But already halfway through their race is the men's varsity 4 third level final in lane 2, Emory. Lane 3, Virginia Rowing Association. Lane 4, Grand Valley. Lane 5, Central Florida. And lane 6, Virginia Tech. Can you take that?
So we are past the 1,500 meter mark now, and we're going to do our best for you here. It's looking like lane 3, Virginia Rowing Association, is in the lead. Again, in that fantastically bright orange. You cannot miss them. In lane 5, we have Central Florida. In lane 2, we have Emory in 3rd, and then it looks like Virginia Tech in lane 6. And Virginia Tech gets to row on that lovely Clater Lake, so they have really nice water here out in Virginia, out by the Blue Ridge Mountains. Just a really, really beautiful place to row. Central Florida in 2nd place, same thing. They can actually see the rockets take off at Cape Canaveral in the waterway that they row. So it's, again, these crews come from these really beautiful waterways, and they get to duke it out here on just another one. But it's looking like Virginia Rowing Association, again, that bright orange, just taking the lead, a really commanding lead, coming into the last 250 here. Central Florida, again, 2nd, coached by 2 athletes that actually were on the team a few years ago. So they have really built up their program to be a lot bigger than it used to be, stayed pretty strong during COVID, and have really had a pretty decent showing here.
All right, great racing here between Central Florida and Emory as we come into the final 250 meters, but it is all about Virginia with just a walk-away lead here in this sea level final. Several boat lengths of open water separate themselves and the rest of the field. Central Florida, again, coached by their athletes. That is a true club program, student-led, doing a really nice job here in their final strokes. Emory continuing in 3rd, and then Virginia Tech in 4th.
All right, and on the course now we have the men's novice 8E final. Pretty exciting race here. Lane 2, UGA. Lane 3, Penn State. Lane 4, Texas. And lane 5, Virginia Commonwealth University. So again, this is the E final. Looks like all boats here are still connected off the line, and if you have never been in a men's 8, it's pretty exciting here. It kind of feels like you're getting a freight train going right off the start. So it's really exciting to see these boats all steering straight down the line, picking up their speed through the start here, and kind of settling into their race pace for what's going to be the next 1,500 meters or so. So, really exciting start here. All boats still connected.
Whitney, one of the things that I think is so cool about the ACRA Championships is that boats are able to, go through a heat into a final all the way through the rankings. So this is an E-level final, or the 5th level final for men's novice 8s, giving them the experience of rowing at a national championship. So really rowing at the highest level, no matter what their rankings are. Right now, Texas doing a really nice job with a 1-length lead over the remaining field. Moving into 2nd, it's going to be Georgia, just barely holding off Virginia Commonwealth, so almost even between those two crews. And then in 4th, it continues to be Penn State. right, and I've got Texas clocked at a solid 34 strokes a minute. That's a pretty good pace here for a novice crew, and they really look quite mature and composed. Whitney definitely pointed that out as we were watching this beautiful drone shot overhead. They have really nice catch placement and good spacing.
Out in 10.
I do have to say, I would not have pinned this for a novice crew if I were just looking at it, without knowing. They have stayed very composed. Again, really nice run. They look very confident in that first place right there. Texas, again, typically has a very strong, deep crew. They have a lot of athletes. Really built up their program to be quite strong there. So again, have a lot to work with, but I would not have pinned a lot of these crews as novice crews. The coxswains are steering straight down the lines. This does not look like a novice race to me, and frankly, it's pretty tight.
Yep, that's true. It's really heating up between Virginia Commonwealth and UGA on those outside lanes. So that'll be fun to watch as they come into their final 500 meters. Penn State in that fourth place position. Again, one of the things that we learned in talking to crews, coaches, athletes yesterday was just how different everybody's spring season has been. We've got some crews that have raced every weekend and really been able to challenge themselves. Some crews flying out to the West Coast for the Crew Classic as their season opener, and then some with, literally maybe one race under their belt. So, seeing such a variety of levels and a variety of opportunities throughout the spring season, this is pretty cool. Definitely Texas taking advantage of opening up the door here and giving themselves a shot at a future program that looks like it was going to be pretty strong. All right, so Texas still continues to be your leader, but the other three boats, it's tightened up quite a bit. So Virginia Commonwealth, I believe they are in that second place position, but looking at a really, really good challenge here from Penn State. Penn State came from a pretty solid fourth place position back into the mix, and they have overtaken Georgia for that third place spot, looking to maybe see if they can come up and pull even with Virginia Commonwealth. So great racing, great sprint here by Penn State. Again, everyone wants to end their regatta on a high note, and I'm going to take hats off to Penn State for really a great finish to their race. But Texas, way out in front, the Longhorns with an open water lead over the rest of the field, and really, really tight right now between Virginia Commonwealth and Penn for that second place position. I'm going to say that Penn has probably overtaken Virginia Commonwealth for the second place position. Whitney, what do you see?
Yeah, I'm seeing the same thing, and this is a really crucial part of the race for coxswains too. They really have to make a decision on what to do if they're in a three-boat race like this, and it looks like this coxswain here has really pushed for that sprint. So still connected, but it's looking...
Yeah, I think Virginia Commonwealth definitely has this. Penn State trying furiously to get up into the running for that second place spot, but just a little bit too late. Georgia continuing in fourth, and that's the finish for the men's Novice 8 E-level final and the finish of our morning session. So we'll take a little bit of a break here, and we'll be back in about an hour or so with men's singles semifinals. We've got 3 semifinals coming up in the men's singles, lots of action on the water, and we have our drone back in action, so that'll make things quite a bit easier for us here in the finish line tower.
All right, everyone, welcome back to the second half of our day here at ACRA. The Collegiate Rowing Championships. We are very excited to see semis this afternoon. This race has been going on for 14 years, and I think this is a really special year for a lot of the crews here coming back after COVID. We're seeing a lot of nice small boat rowing, some teams getting back into big boats and finally getting back to a championship. So we're really excited to see how these semis progress throughout the afternoon. And let's kick it off here. We're going to start off with the men's single semifinal, and that is going to be lane 1, Ohio State, lane 2, Texas, lane 3, Wichita State, lane 4, Virginia Tech, lane 5, MSU, that's Michigan again, and lane 6 from Purdue. So we're going to kick it off with some men's single semifinals. And here we go.
All right, and thank you, Whitney, for that introduction. The progression system here at ACRA's is a little bit complicated, so we are doing our best to, again, bring you the most accurate information possible. But for this first race of the afternoon, the men's singles semifinal, we have 3 semifinals that will be racing in the next few minutes. So the first one on the course here is a mix of athletes that came out of the time trials. So they are placed in their lanes according to their time and finished in the time trial. Fastest time of the day came out of Virginia Tech, Thomas Foltz. So he is in lane 4 right here and doing a really nice job, getting a great start. Top 2 boats will advance to the A final. The next 2 boats will advance to the B final. And the bottom 2 boats, or the next 2 boats, will advance to the C level final. So this should be really, really good racing here. Still really, really awesome water. We're not really seeing that much of a ripple, even though we got a little bit of a cloud cover, which is kind of a relief right now from this heat that we're seeing. So as soon as we get a little better overhead shot, we will come back with the race call. Okay, so just a little bit of an update. So we will not have the drone coverage, at least for this first race, maybe the first couple of races, because there is a bit of rain that will be coming in, and the drones are not flyable when you have any sort of moisture in the air. So we'll do the best that we can. I do have a handy set of binoculars, and we'll do the best to give you that placement. By the 1,000 is when they should be able to come into good view for us, and we will bring you back into the racing action here in just a few minutes.
and coming through the 1,000-meter mark. Again, this is the men's single semifinal here, and it looks like we have Virginia Tech in lane 4 in the lead here as we start to get a few little sprinkles of rain, followed by lane 2. That is Wichita State. Lane 5 with Michigan again, MSU, followed by lane 1. That's Ohio State. And then lane 6, Purdue again. Really good showing by Purdue today. Lots of boats entered. And that will be lane 2, Texas, in bringing up the rear here. So, but not by much. I think we are going to get a pretty good race again with the single. You never know what's going to happen. And lane 4, Virginia Tech. Again, very strong showing from Claytor Lake, Virginia. And coming into the last 250 here, that is Virginia Tech that is holding the lead, followed by lane 3. That is Wichita State with a close race, followed by lane 5. That is Michigan again, followed by Purdue. That is lane 6. Lane 1 is next. That's Ohio State. And followed by lane 2. That is Texas. And it looks like Virginia Tech here is pretty comfortably in the lead here coming into the last 100 meters or so. Very comfortable, cruising through that last 100 meters, sitting up nice and tall and not really challenged at this point, but we'll see where the field stands with some of the outside lanes as we get closer to the finish.
Well, and Whitney, one of the things in looking at the times out of the time trial yesterday is that Thomas Foltz, who we see here in lane 4 from Virginia Tech, had quite a substantial lead in that time trial by 19 seconds over the second place finisher. So again, that's a race against the clock. That's not with even anyone next to you. So really what he has to do here is just get the job done. Top 2 boats advance to the grand final. The next 2 move on to the B-level final, and the next 2 after that to the C-level final. And so there's Thomas Foltz, followed by Andre Van Mirago from Wichita State. Apologies to the family if I completely slaughter that last name, but Andre from Wichita State, you're in the grand final. Way to go. And then there is Angus Walker from Michigan State in 3rd. Oh, I was right.
And blasting through the start here, this is the men's single semifinal 2. So in lane 1, here we have Andrew Lawton from Clemson. Lane 2, John Phillips from Virginia Rowing Association. Lane 3, Jacob Stone from Grand Valley. Lane 4, John Mannion from URI, that is Rhode Island. Lane 5, Zachary Stutzman from Vanderbilt. And lane 6, Brady Nordbeck from Michigan.
Lots of overlap right now.
And it looks like right now we have a lot of overlap. So still about 4 minutes into the race here, a lot of overlap. So we'll see if we get a spread, kind of like we did on the last race, or if this is a little bit closer. And again, we're going to do our best here with the camera angles that we have. It looks like coming through the 1,000 here, we have lane 4, that is John Mannion from University of Rhode Island, followed by Jacob Stone from Grand Valley, followed by lane 5, that is Zachary Stutzman from Vanderbilt, followed again by John Phillips, Virginia Rowing Association, in lane 2. Next is lane 1, Andrew Lawton from Clemson, and lane 6, Brady Nordbeck from Michigan Rowing Association.
Lanes 2 and 5 pretty close to each other.
Lanes 2 and 5 are looking pretty close to each other. That is Zachary Stutzman from Vanderbilt and John Phillips from Virginia Rowing Association.
That's for the third or fourth place position. And fifth is lane 1, sixth is lane 6.
And it's looking like we still have lane 4 in that first place position. Again, John Mannion from University of Rhode Island.
And always good to see not a huge spread between these small boats. So again, coming out of the time trial, the goal is to try to get the most competitive grand final and petite level final and sea level final as you can. So getting the boats of like speed into their appropriate grand final. And right now, with that time trial really working, as John Mannion is well out in front of the rest of the field. Next closest competitor to him is going to be in the lane right next to him. That's Grand Valley, Jacob Stone. Moving back over for that third place position, it will be Zachary from Vanderbilt. So we'll keep an eye on that, because the challenge is going to be coming out of lane 1 for that third or fourth place position. So the first place is definitely locked up right now, barring any sort of disaster, as we have seen today. Anything can happen, but I think that John Mannion rowing very, very cleanly there out of lane 4. So we'll keep our eyes on the crews that are challenging each other for a spot in that B level final.
All right, and within the last 250 here, we have, it looks like lane 4, which is University of Rhode Island, followed by lane 3, which is Grand Valley, followed by lane 2, which is Virginia Rowing Association. Lane 5 is Vanderbilt. Lane 1 is Clemson, followed by lane 6, Michigan Rowing Association. And that will be your men's singles semifinal number 2.
So unofficially, John Mannion from University of Rhode Island and Jacob Stone from Grand Valley moving on to the A and B semifinals again, unofficially. All right, and we are already well underway in semifinal number 3 for the men's single. Top 2 boats to advance to the A and B, or to the A semifinal. Next 2 boats to the B final, and the next 2 boats after that, places 5 and 6, to the C final. In lane 1, Matt Markle, Chico State. Lane 2, Austin Hill, Stetson Sculling. Lane 3, Zachary Ewell, New St. Andrews. Lane 4, Sean Jackson from Clarkson. Lane 5, Hagen Osman from SMU. Lane 6, Ronald Reyes from Long Beach State. Out of the time trials, Sean Jackson holding on to the 3rd fastest time, and indeed he is placed into lane 4, which would be coming out of the time trials based on his time, 3rd fastest time, right down the center of the lane. We're going to come back in just a minute with the race call at 1,000 meters.
Okay, coming across the 1500, we actually have a much tighter race. This is going to be pretty exciting coming into the last 400 meters or so, where it looks like right now we have lane 3, and that is New St. Andrews. Lane 4, Clarkson in second place. Lane 5, very tight here, SMU MCR. That is lane 6 right after that, Long Beach from... Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry. We have a change here. 4th is lane 2. That is Stetson Sculling, followed by 1, Chico State, and then lane 6 from Long Beach State.
Cool. Thanks, Brad.
All right, as Whitney had said, this is definitely a little bit tighter of a race than we've seen in the previous 2 semifinals. So kind of flipping the script there a little bit on the time trials, we have New St. Andrews rowing out of lane 3 with the lead over Sean Jackson of Clarkson. Not by much, though. Again, the singles are a very, very responsive boat, so you can see a lot happen over the course of just a few strokes. And right now, Jackson from Clarkson doing his best to see if he can take away a little bit of the lead that Ewell from New St. Andrews has. But what is sure is that they have that A final locked up. So top 2 boats moving on to that A final unofficially look to be New St. Andrews followed by Clarkson. Now the battle for the B level final really, really tight here between lanes 1, 2, and 5. I'm going to give that advantage for the 3rd place spot to lane 5. That will be SMU. Just a slight lead over lane 1. Markle from Chico State. Chico State sitting just a seat in front of Hill from Stetson Sculling. But even as I said that, that changed a bit as Stetson Sculling pulled himself into the 4th place position, just overtaking Chico State. So Chico State slipping back to 5th. And in 6th, it will be Reyes from Long Beach State, wrapping up his semifinal event here this afternoon. I do want to point out just briefly that the entry from Stetson Sculling, Austin Hill, that is the lone entry from that program, club program from Stetson University. And don't know much about it. Would love to learn more, but there's one entry only, and you just saw him row down doing a great job in lane 2. Moving on, we will go over to the women's double. We will have 2 semifinals. Top 3 boats advance to the grand final, the remaining 3 to the petite level or B level final. In lane 1, Kansas. Lane 2, University of New Hampshire. Lane 3, Chicago. Lane 4, Washington. Lane 5, Texas. And lane 6, Colorado. And right now, your early leader does look to be coming out of lane 3, that's Chicago. Chicago already with a bit of open water over lane 4, Washington. Back to Washington by about 2 seats of open water. It will be lane 5, Texas. In the 4th place spot, we're going to move back to the outside. That will be Colorado. Colorado rowing against the shoreline there in lanes, excuse me, that would be Texas in the 3rd place position. In 4th, it does look like it will be Colorado, but very, very close to Kansas in lane 1. So Colorado and Kansas pretty much even with each other. That would be for the 5th and 6th place position. In 4th, it is going to be the University of New Hampshire. All right, and just shy of 1,000 meters to go. Placement really hasn't changed much. Chicago continues to be your lead, but they've watched it shrink just a little as Washington has taken away a little bit of their lead. So they've tightened that gap just a bit. Back to Washington in the third place position continues to be Texas. And then a good amount of open water separates the rest of the field. So Colorado, or University of New Hampshire in fourth, followed by Colorado and Kansas. We will see if that shakes out a little bit as these crews come into their third 500 of this 2,000 meter piece.
So I always thought the double, particularly the women's double, had so much finesse. Now, as a coxswain, I really have not had a ton of experience rowing in a sculling boat, once or twice, yes. But what would you say, in your experience, really makes a double fast? What makes it special?
I definitely think that there is a cohesion that you need to have between the two rowers, a lot of trust. You have the person sitting in the bow that is steering the boat, generally giving the commands. Person sitting in the stroke seat is setting the pace. But it is almost like, two brains melded into one. It's really, you've got 4 oars, you've got a pretty fast boat, but it can also be a little bit heavy. But it can feel light if it's perfect. If the timing is perfect, if the run is strong, if you've got a lot of swing, then it's just such a fun boat to row. So it's really, really cool to see these women out here doing such a nice job coming down the course. But great question.
Yeah, and I imagine that having a special relationship with your pair partner, like you said, it's not a team boat, but it's not an individual boat. It's kind of in between.
It's not a throw together boat. It's not something that I don't think you can just jump in and, unless you're at the elite level maybe. But at this level, I'm hoping that, a lot of these women have spent a lot of time with each other in that boat. And right now, Chicago doing a great job with open water over the rest of the field. So Chicago just, looking super, super strong. Washington right behind them. That's Washington University out of St. Louis, Missouri. So top 3 boats move on to the grand final. Texas is that third boat, and we'll see what we've got as we come into the final 400 meters here in semifinal number 1 of the women's double. Well, from the very, very beginning, Chicago has led this race, and they have held it all the way into these final 20 strokes. They've got a significant open water lead over Washington with a fair amount over Texas. So those are your top 3 crews unofficially moving on to the grand finals. They will be followed by University of New Hampshire, and then very close here between Kansas and Colorado. I'm going to give the advantage there to Colorado for the 5th place position, and then finally Kansas. All right, and we already are well underway in semifinal number 2 for the women's double. In lane 1, Kansas State. Lane 2, William and Mary. Lane 3, Wichita State. Lane 4, Virginia Tech. Lane 5, Virginia Commonwealth University. And lane 6, Emory. And top 2 boats well out in front, lane 3 and lane 4. So that will be Wichita State and Virginia Tech. So those 2 boats pushing each other so hard that they have really opened up the spacing between themselves and the rest of the field. The 3rd place position is going to be rowing out of lane 5. That's Virginia Commonwealth. So that crew in 3rd with a bow to stern advantage over lane 2, William and Mary. So William and Mary in 4th. They are followed by lane 6, Emory. And then in the final position, in the 6th place spot, Kansas State. So top 2 boats, again, Wichita State, followed by Virginia Tech chasing. Okay, and in this semifinal number 2, while we are looking at Wichita State with the lead, they in fact did have the fastest time coming out of the heats, and they're proving that right now as they hold on to that 1st place position, still holding off Virginia Tech. And then several lengths back, we're looking at the other crews, Virginia Commonwealth in 3rd, William and Mary continuing in 4th, Emory on the outside lane in 5th, and then finally Kansas State. As a reminder, top 3 boats advance to the grand final, and then the remaining 3 move on to what we call the petite level final, or the B level final.
And about 7:50 to go here. It looks like we still have a pretty commanding lead. We've also picked up just a teeny bit of a breeze. It feels like a little bit of a tailwind here. And about this time in the afternoon, it does tend to get windy. And I know from California, we tend to get a lot of that right off the beach. So it can be quite difficult if you tend to train in the afternoon. It does help you kind of get used to that. But if you train in the morning and you come out here and you have to row with a little bit of a breeze, maybe some white caps, it could be a little bit windier out on the course than we're feeling here on the shore. So we have to give respect to these small boats that are out there just doing a really good job with a lot of finesse. They look really good. They're managing the weather really well. Luckily, we don't have the rain that we expected, but it is a little bit hot, and we do have a little bit of a breeze, and it looks like these crews are doing a really fantastic job managing that out on the course.
Yeah, and I would say that that's something for those of you guys who are watching at home to understand how difficult it is to race in the afternoon with the humidity, just, you know, with the pressure, obviously, but keeping yourself cool, keeping yourself in the shade, that's something that's so important. And I know coaches that are on land that, you know, they're trying to micromanage their athletes to make sure that they perform at an optimal level in these sorts of conditions, which are actually pretty great, but can be challenging depending on where you train in the country. And you do have to acclimate to this sort of weather, especially crews that are coming from the West Coast, where there isn't a whole lot of humidity. There's a lot of heat, but there's not a whole lot of humidity. And that's a whole different animal in terms of energy expenditure. But I know Kansas, it's a little bit dry, maybe a little bit of humidity, but these guys, these ladies from Wichita State, way out in front. They have led from the very, very start, doing a very nice job. You had asked earlier about, what makes a good double, and I think it really is trust and cohesion between athletes, and Wichita doing a great job showing exactly what that looks like. So they have continued to hold off Virginia Tech. Virginia Tech in that second place position. They are holding about a 2 boat length of open water lead over Virginia Commonwealth. So Virginia Commonwealth in third. That is your top 3 right there, Wichita, followed by Virginia Tech and Virginia Commonwealth. And then the remaining 3 crews will be lane 1, or excuse me, let me get my bearings here. So along the shoreline, it looks like that would be, that will be William and Mary, I believe, that is in the 4th place position, followed by, followed by Emory, and then finally Kansas State. So sorry about that, a little bit of a switch. Sometimes what we're looking at is a bit of interesting steering from some of these boats that may have crisscrossed into another lane, so it makes it a little bit difficult for us to see, but you'll see the results pop up on the screen right in front of you, and that should be correct. All right, and all boats have finished in the women's double. They're all across, and we are already very well underway here in the men's semifinal for the for the first semifinal of the men's double. Same progression. We've got the top 3 boats that will advance to the grands. The bottom, or the next 3 will advance to the petite level finals. In lane 1, Northwestern. Lane 2, Wichita State. Lane 3, George Mason. Lane 4, Notre Dame. Lane 5, Virginia Commonwealth. And lane 6, William and Mary. And your placing at about 1,000 meters shows Virginia Commonwealth as your leader with George Mason right there. So those 2 boats very, very close to each other. Back a few seats, it's going to be in 3rd place, William and Mary. They are followed by Notre Dame in 4th. In the 5th place spot, we'll move over to lane 2. That's Wichita State. And then in 6th, Northwestern. So we're looking at a couple of different little pods of boats here. Top 3 move on to the grand finals. So I think it's the race for that 3rd position that's going to be the really hot race.
And coming into that last 250 now, we have some pretty close racing going on here in different little pods. Again, a couple different little races. So we have in lane 3, George Mason. That looks like our leader right now, followed by lane 5. That is Virginia Commonwealth, followed by lane 4, Notre Dame. That would be lane 6, William and Mary. Following William and Mary will be Notre Dame in lane 4. And then for a close race, we have lanes 1 and 2, Northwestern and Wichita State. But it looks like George Mason has a pretty comfortable lead here. Looks like they are, I'm going to give it to them. I'm giving it to them. They have boat lengths open water here, crossing the line first, followed by what looks like Virginia Commonwealth University in lane 5 here. Lane 6 is going to be right behind them, William and Mary. And those will be our top 3 finishers there, unofficially. Looks like lane 4 here, Notre Dame, followed by lanes 1 and 2. And that is Wichita State and Northwestern. So again, our top 3 finishers here, George Mason, Virginia Commonwealth University, and William and Mary. All right, and on the water now in a beautiful chevron shape here, we have the men's double semifinal 2. Lane 1, we have Chicago. Lane 2, Virginia Rowing Association. Lane 3, Illinois. Lane 4, Auburn. Lane 5, Long Beach State. Lane 6, Chico State. And we have, again, that beautiful chevron shape here. They look like the Blue Angels here. I mean, look at this formation. Right over the water here. It looks like our leader is, let's see, who is that? Who is our leader here? Illinois, again, shocker. This school, again, has been practicing in somebody's backyard. And look at them again taking the lead here.
I think sometimes when you have a year like some of these crews have, you learn how to be aggressive, and that mental strength is so important in order to get through everything that they've had to weather this year, and Illinois really taking advantage of the strength of that team. Definitely putting on a show here. They had they had the fastest time coming out of the heats for the double, so this really should be no surprise. So they're holding on to that lead with a bit of open water, but they are being chased by Auburn. So Auburn behind them by about a half a boat length of open water. Now, the real race right now is going to be for that 3rd place position. Right now, it's between Long Beach State and Virginia Rowing Association. I'm going to give the slight advantage right now to Long Beach State for 3rd. So I think they sense exactly where they're at on the course. They need to be really savvy and look across at that Virginia boat, make sure that they can stay ahead of them and get into one of those grand final qualifying spots. But we've got a lot of lake left and a lot of race course left to explore what happens there. So we'll keep an eye on those 2 crews. In 5th, it will be Chicago, and then in 6th, Chico State. All right, and I've got that Illinois boat clocked at about 34 strokes a minute. The higher stroke rates in the smaller boat are harder to achieve. So the big boats, because you have so much power and so much momentum, it's easier to maintain that higher stroke rate. So the smaller boats, when you have a high stroke rate, generally that's good for a lighter, maybe taller, lankier crew. And I think that's true of this Illinois crew. So 34 strokes a minute, that's a pretty punishing pace, and they're just past 1,000 meters, but it's working for them. They are continuing to hold on to that lead. Auburn still right behind them. All right, Illinois is continuing as your leader, followed by Auburn. Long Beach State is pretty solidly into that third place position, but with Virginia Rowing Club chasing right after them in fourth. Moving to the outside lanes, really close here between Chico and Chicago. So we'll keep an eye on those two crews. I'm going to give an advantage from my vantage point to Chico. But, man, it is all about Illinois. They really have a quite substantial lead over the remaining field. And, again, coming out of the heats with the fastest time, they're really proving that they are worthy of that speed. So making a statement here. Coming into the final 250 meters, Illinois holding off Auburn. Long Beach State chasing, Auburn chasing. And then finally Chico State and Chicago.
Well, if that's not a little bit hard to say, I don't know what is. Chico and Chicago right next to each other. But it seems like at this point, if they really want to fight for that position, they may start to challenge each other by bringing the rate up a little bit. And it's sort of a game of chicken. You know, who can really bring up the rate and bump it up a little bit more, but still maintain that length and see if they can get that lead. So that's why the ends of these races can be really exciting here. We get these small boats that are really fighting for it and want to qualify for that position.
And true. I mean, I think that it's still really kind of anyone's race here between Long Beach State and Virginia. So, you know, we're looking at these two boats really going after it. And like we said, with the small boats, a lot can change over the course of just, 10 strokes. Virginia just really pouring it on right here. They're going to see if they can maybe pull even over or even overtake Long Beach State and get into that grand final. So close between these two crews. It's going to come right down to the wire between Virginia and Long Beach State. But right now, with just a few strokes left, I'm going to give it to Virginia with an amazing sprint. I don't know. Don't call me on it. This is going to be photo finish there. Oh, man, that was really stroke for stroke between those two crews. And I think at the very end, that was Long Beach that pulled it off. So kind of back and forth depending on whose oars were in the water. That's how responsive those small boats are. So Long Beach State putting themselves into the grand final. Virginia going into the petites, and then followed by Chico State and Chicago.
And on the water now, already separating themselves a teeny bit here, we have the men's pair semifinal. And that will be lane 1, Purdue. Lane 2, UNC, again the baby blue. Lane 3, Orange Coast College, and this should be a pretty fun pair to watch. They've been rowing together not too long. Lane 4, that will be Florida. Lane 5, UMass. And lane 6, University of Rhode Island. And it looks like our leader here is Florida in lane 4, followed by Orange Coast College in lane 3, followed by lane 6, that is University of Rhode Island, and 4th, UMass, lane 5, followed by UNC in lane 2, and Purdue in lane 1. That will be the furthest lane from us.
All right, and we have all crews at about 1,000 meters right now. Florida continuing with your lead. They were the gold medalist at this year's 2022 ACRA Championships. So again, they've got a great resume behind them. They are a team that's been rebuilding. And when I talked to their athletes yesterday, one of the goals for them in this championship race was to show these novices and their new athletes, the ones with very little experience, what is possible. So they've really kept the spirit and done a really great job rebuilding the team and obviously putting on some good results. So Florida continues with the lead. They are followed by Orange Coast College. Orange Coast most likely using the pairs a lot in their day-to-day training. So these gentlemen very, very familiar with this small boat and with the type of finesse that's required to row that boat well. So Orange Coast in second. They are followed by URI in lane 6. So they are in the third place position. UMass in fourth. They are followed by UNC, University of North Carolina, in the 5th place position. And then finally, Purdue in 6th. We'll come back with 500 meters to go for a bit of an update because, as we have seen all morning, there can be quite a bit of jockeying for positions in these small boats, and a lot can change over the course of a very short amount of water. All right, 1,500 meters gone. Florida with that really substantial lead here. And now here's Orange Coast. They are followed now by University of Massachusetts. So Massachusetts moving themselves into that 3rd place position. And now the Blue Hens of Rhode Island in 4th. Back to them by a bit of open water. It will continue to be North Carolina and then finally Purdue. Well, apologies to you, University of Rhode Island fans. I called them the Blue Hens. That's Delaware. Rhode Island is the Rams. Could not be a more different animal. So apologies to you guys. We're doing our best. We've got a lot of different clubs out here. So the Gators of Florida, though, that is 100% sure. Those guys took control of this race from the very, very beginning, holding off Orange Coast. Orange Coast also doing a really nice job into that 2nd place position with University of Massachusetts in 3rd. Those were your top 3 boats right there. And now here comes URI. They are your 4th place crew. And then followed by University of North Carolina in 5th and Purdue in 6th. So that was the first of 2 semifinals for the men's pair. Top 3 advance to the grand finals. The remaining 3 move on to the petite level finals. We will pick up semifinal number 2 underway in just a couple of minutes.
And welcome back to the men's pair semifinal number 2. And we do have a start here. That is Purdue in lane 1. Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry. That is Liberty in lane 1. University of New Hampshire in lane 2. Washington in lane 3. Chicago in lane 4. Connecticut in lane 5. And University of Cincinnati in lane 6. And it looks like right now we do actually have a pretty tight race. We're looking at Washington in first in lane 3. We're looking at Chicago in that second position there, lane 4, followed by Connecticut in lane 5, followed by University of Cincinnati in lane 6. That'll be University of New Hampshire in lane 2, and then Liberty in that 6th place position here. And I have to say, I have got a lot of respect for these people out here rowing this pair in these conditions, a little bit hot, a little bit muggy. I've got 84 degrees here, in where we're at, and just a little bit of a tailwind. So I'm really excited to see where these guys go with this pair. This means a lot to them to move on to the final.
All right, and as we approach 1,000 meters gone, we're seeing a little bit of a steering issue coming out of lane 6. That is University of Cincinnati. They're pretty solidly locked into that 4th place position, but look like they might have caught a mini crab and kind of come out of their lane a bit, but they are right on it. No steering changes or anything coming out of the refs, so they know to get back into their lane, and they're still solidly into that 4th place spot. But Washington... that is the crew out of St. Louis, Missouri. They did have the fastest time today coming out of the heats. So Washington holding on to that, to what they did in the heats to prove that they are one of the fastest crews out here on the water. So Washington with the top spot. They're followed by Chicago and then Connecticut. And then in 4th, University of Cincinnati. Now in the 5th place position, we're going to move to the farther lanes. University of New Hampshire in 5th. And then Liberty University in 6th. So Liberty got a chance to talk to their coach yesterday. There's just a small squad that's here. The 14 athletes has a much larger squad, but with a lot of these teams, they've already finished school, and some of them have decided, hey, I want to go get on with my regular life. I've got a job, or something that they want to move on with. Some of them might have graduated. So some of the schools, some of the clubs here have come with a partial squad. Some have come with a huge contingent. So Liberty, they've done a really nice job rowing in with quite a bit of composure and mostly focusing on those small boats. All right, final 250 meters here for Washington. They have led from the very start. They've had a very, very clean race. And for those of you guys that have just tuned in, just for your son's race or your friend's race, the pairs are so hard to row. They really, really require a lot of finesse, a lot of teamwork, and just precision timing. And Washington, again, with the fastest time coming out of the heats, they are proving that they are one of the top crews here on the water in this event. So several lengths of open water for them over the next closest crew, which is going to be Chicago. So Chicago next to them in lane 4. And then the third place position will belong to Connecticut, followed by the University of Cincinnati, closest to shore. 5th and 6th, we will look at University of New Hampshire and then Liberty. But here they are, Washington across the line.
All right, and out on the water now, we have the Women's Novice 4 Semifinal 1. So we're going to have some exciting Women's 4s coming up here. It looks like lane 1 is University of Rhode Island. Lane 2 is Colorado. Lane 3, William and Mary. Lane 4, Georgia. Lane 5, University of New Hampshire. And lane 6, Northwestern. And we are getting some placing for you as we're about 2.5 minutes into the race, so these boats should kind of be settling into their race pace now. Looks like we have some pretty good steering going on by these coxswains, not too bothered by the wind as we get some places, and it's looking...
All right, so very early on here, we have William and Mary rowing out of lane 3 is your early leader, but they are holding off quite a charge here from the University of New Hampshire. University of New Hampshire doing a really, really nice job trying to see if they can take a little bit of that lead away from William and Mary that they have established in this first 500. So again, a lot of composure. We're still at our kind of high stroke ratings. Crews still trying to figure out how to settle down into the body of their race. So we'll keep an eye on William and Mary and University of New Hampshire. In the third place position, we're going to move over to lane 2. That's Colorado. Colorado in third. They are followed by Lane 4, University of Georgia. So Georgia doing a nice spot, holding on to that fourth place position. In fifth, it's going to be Northwestern. And then finally, sixth, University of Rhode Island. So again, William and Mary, now they have sensed that University of New Hampshire wanted to push into their lead a little bit. So they've taken it up, taken that stroke rate up a little bit, maybe done a power 10. And, you know, this is that part of the race that is so hard. This is where the coxswain is key. Whitney, can you speak a little bit to that in terms of, you know, the coxswain is most likely in a bow loader. You can even explain what a bow loader is for those who might not know.
Yeah, absolutely. So there are two types of fours, stern loader and a bow loader. And if you don't know, the stern loader is where we sit in the stern, and you don't actually see those too often anymore, where we actually face the rowers head on. So now you pretty much see these bow loaders where coxswains are tucked in feet first in the bow of the boat, and really all you have is your peripheral vision. So it can make it really difficult to call some of these races, because a lot of times if boats are behind you, you can't really see where they are. So you have to sort of feel, you know, trust your rowers if somebody says something. So it can be really, really exciting. And when you're eye to eye, you can just see a bow ball right next to you, you know, in your peripheral vision. It makes it really exciting as a coxswain to kind of get into this body of the race here and get your crew going, because this can also be kind of a dead zone in the race as well.
But in terms of speed, you know, as a coxswain, you really want to be down there in the bow of that boat, right? I mean, sometimes, especially with the novices, you'll see them sitting up a little bit, which is not to their advantage, but it does allow them to see a little bit better, right?
Absolutely. And you know what? That's kind of part of learning how to do it. You really want to get tucked down there. Think of it as aerodynamics. You know, we really want to stay down, tucked in. We have a nice little cockpit down there. Hopefully we have nice smooth water like this. We're not getting a bunch of splash, because that can be pretty uncomfortable, I have to say. But yeah, you really want to tuck yourself down in there. There's a little steering stick in there, and if you're really lucky, you've got a little place to put your feet in the bow. But yeah, you don't want to be sitting up too much. It really gets in the way. You can also get hit by your bow seat, you know, and nobody wants to do that. You don't want to get hit in the head by some layback.
And no one knew that this was a contact sport, but, you know, proving that wrong, you never know. So we're still keeping an eye on William and Mary and University of New Hampshire for that lead spot. They are really, really close to each other. As they come into a little bit better vision coming across the 1500, I am going to still give the advantage to William and Mary for the top spot, but really holding on and holding off the University of New Hampshire. So they are in second. Behind them, it continues to be Colorado. So Colorado rowing out of lane 2, but back by a bit of open water. So this is, let's see, this is the first of 4 semifinals. So we've got a lot of novice fours out on the water. So the way that this works is that our top crews, this is an A-B semifinal. Okay, so again, this is explaining the complicated progression system of the ACRA. But these first 2 semifinals are for contention in the A and B grand final. So top 3 boats will move on to the A-level final. The remaining 3 will move on to the petite level final. So William and Mary, University of New Hampshire, and Colorado, right now, those are your top 3 boats.
All right, we are within the last 250 now, and it looks like William and Mary is still in that first place position, followed by University of New Hampshire, followed by lane 2, Colorado, then lane 4, University of Georgia, then lane 1, University of Rhode Island again, lane 6, Northwestern. Now this is going to be a pretty good finish. We're going to see what happens here between William and Mary and University of New Hampshire.
Wow, great finish here. that came all the way down to that last 5 strokes between New Hampshire and William and Mary. I mean, William and Mary held that lead the entire race until just those last few strokes. I mean, they're still in it. They're in the grand final. That's amazing. But, man, they're going to take out some revenge tomorrow in that grand final. And here comes Colorado. All right, Colorado, also one of those crews moving on to the grand finals unofficially. And now here is University of Georgia. And now Northwestern, and then finally Rhode Island.
On the course now, the Women's Novice 4 semifinal number 2. And in lane 1, we have Florida State. Lane 2, Vermont. Lane 3, Central Florida. Lane 4, Vanderbilt. Lane 5, Washington. And lane 6, Liberty.
All right, and we're still very, very early on here within the first 500 for this race. Again, this is the AB semifinal, so these crews vying for a spot in either the grand final or the petite level final. And right now, Central Florida, your early leader, they have established themselves as an open water lead over our second place crew, which is going to be Florida State. So Florida State locking themselves into second, but looking at a really nice charge here from Vanderbilt and Washington in lane 5, Vanderbilt and Washington, Florida State, those boats, I mean, 3 boats really straight across. So I'm looking at now a little bit of an advantage going to Washington for that second place position. So we'll keep an eye on those crews as they progress down the race course. In 5th, again, really too close to call here between Vermont and Liberty. So as we get a little bit further into this piece, as the legs really start to burn, the lungs start to burn, there's going to be a little bit more separation of crews. So we'll be back at the 1,000 to give you an update. All right, and Central Florida continuing to be your leader now with about a half a boat length of open water over the rest of the field. Again, it's that race for second, third, or fourth, and now 5th that is going to be the one that's exciting to watch. The advantage for the second place position at this time is going to go to Vanderbilt. So Vanderbilt looking to have about 1 seat over Washington in 3rd, but just barely. And then closest to them is going to be Florida State on the far shoreline. So Florida State and then Liberty, super, super close to each other with Vermont in the trailing position. So First 500, we had Central Florida out in front, and then kind of anyone's game between several of the crews. But then that's now kind of solidified as these ladies have settled into the base of their piece. They're just past 1,000 meters in. Central Florida continuing to just tick along here and get the job done.
All right, as we start making our way into those red buoys, that's about 250 to go, where things really start getting exciting. We have lane 3, Central Florida, lane 4, Vanderbilt in that second place position, lane 5, Washington, and those are our top 3, followed by lane 6, which is Liberty, Florida State in lane 1, and Vermont again in lane 2 with a good showing today. And it looks like Central Florida is really doing a good job commanding this race. They look relaxed, they look comfortable, they've really maintained their composure here, and they're going to push through the last 10 strokes or so.
All right, so Vanderbilt continuing to hold on to that second place position, but it is really, really tight here between Florida State and Washington. Florida State and Washington so close to each other. I'm going to give that advantage right now to Washington, and that's it. That is their bow across the line in that third place position. Florida State was so close, but just missed the mark there, so they are fourth, followed by Liberty, and then finally Vermont. So that concludes the semifinal that contests for the A or B the grand final or the petite level final. So top 3 move on to the grands, and then the remaining boats move on to that B level or petite level final. Okay, and we are already well underway in semifinal number 3 for the women's novice 4. We've got 7 boats on the course, so we will do our best to keep you abreast of all of the action out there because there is a lot going on right now. In lane 1, George Mason University. Lane 2, Michigan State. Lane 3, Illinois. Lane 4, Chicago. Lane 5, Texas. Lane 6, UC Irvine. And lane 7, Virginia Tech. Your early leader here will be Chicago coming out of lane 4. They're sitting with about a 2-seat advantage over Illinois right next to them. So Illinois in second, but also looking really good is Virginia Tech. Virginia Tech in either that second or third place spot. So again, we'll wait a little bit to see if there can be a little bit more separation. So right next to Virginia Tech, it's going to be Michigan State. So those top 4 boats are really, really close to each other. Still quite a bit of contact, quite a bit of overlap. Now back from Virginia Tech and Michigan State, those 2 boats I'm going to call as even. It will be our 5th place crew, which is George Mason University. So they are in 5th. And then back to them by a bit of open water, it will be UC Irvine, Texas, followed by UC Irvine. We'll let this shake out just a little bit and see if we can separate these crews out as we approach 1,000 meters gone. All right, and if you're looking at this overhead drone shot, you can see all the geese on the water down there. And, you know, it is known that occasionally there's some wildlife, I don't want to say interference because I think that's probably not the right thing to say, but, you know, sometimes we are in a natural environment. Whitney, have you ever experienced that at all? Any sort of animal interference?
You know, I hate to say that I have, and not only geese, but being in Southern California, we actually run into dolphins, whales, seals, and a multitude of other things that kind of float around in our harbor. So a lot of times they're pretty good. They get out of our way, but we have had a few incidences where, you know, a geese gets bumped in the head and you know, they usually come out okay. It's all right. No harm to the animals. But yeah, we do have things out there, and they do get in the way, and it's kind of stressful as a coxswain sometimes.
Well, I have to tell you, I experienced a new one this year. We had a deer cross over Lake Natoma, swimming right across the lake, right in the middle of a race. That was a new one for me. Seen alligators, I've seen geese, ducks. A deer was a new one. So back to the racing action. We still have Chicago as your leader, but just barely holding off Illinois. Those 2 boats pushing each other so hard that they've now separated themselves even farther from the rest of the field. So we'll see if we can get a little bit better shot so we can shake out who is in that 3rd or 4th place position.
And, you know, while we're getting that shot, I'd love to point out, too, that we are actually getting a few little gusts, a little bit of breeze coming across the way here. It's going to start to open up a little bit. The course opens up a little bit here. And so, you know, I just want to really show some respect to these 4s that are out here managing themselves pretty darn well. You know, where if you keep your blades up in the water a little bit too long, you get blown to one side. So it takes a lot of composure by the coxswains and the athletes. And I was actually going to ask you, you know, what do you think as a rower, as an athlete, that makes a 4 a little bit more difficult in these open conditions like this?
I'm going to say that you've got to focus on your catches. You've got to focus on getting your blades in the water. That sounds very simplistic, but it's true. When you're dealing with a headwind, it's going to slow the boat down, and you might want to hold on to the square of your blade a little bit longer, so it kind of helps to push the boat along, somewhat like a sail. But you still have to get those blades in the water quick. So again, the coxswain serving as not only the psychological, just like getting inside your head as an athlete, but also the tactician. So they should be, with these changing conditions, reminding the athletes, hey, focus on your catches, focus on getting those blades into the water as fast and cleanly as possible so that we can handle these headwind conditions. All right, Chicago continues with their lead, sitting just ahead of Illinois. All right, so really, really good racing here between Chicago and Illinois all the way down the race course. There really hasn't been that much movement between those two crews, so they've pushed each other so hard throughout this whole piece that they've got open water over the rest of the field. And so we're looking at great racing here between Chicago and Illinois. I'm still going to give that advantage for the lead to Chicago just by maybe about 2 seats. Now back to them by open water. It's going to be tight here between Virginia Tech and then both Michigan State and George Mason University. So Virginia Tech trying to vie for that 3rd place position, challenging Michigan State, challenging George Mason. But it is Chicago with their bow first across the line, and then there's Illinois. And let's see what happens here. Almost a photo finish here for that 3rd place position, but I believe it will go to Virginia Tech for the 3rd place spot. There's George Mason. That would be Michigan State and then George Mason. And then in the trailing position, we're going to move back to the inside. That will be Texas, followed by UC Irvine.
And for the fourth semifinal of the novice women's 4, we're going to kick it off with lane 1. That is Murray State University, I believe in Kentucky. Lane 2 is Long Beach State. Lane 3, Grand Valley. Lane 4, UC Davis, go Aggies. Lane 5, Oklahoma State. And lane 6, Middlebury. And we are getting some places for you now. We're about 4 minutes in. Good, and it's looking like Grand Valley here in lane 3 in the first place. Aggies, UC Davis in lane 4 in that second place position, followed by lane 5, Oklahoma State, followed by Murray State University, again, that's Kentucky, Middlebury in lane 6, and then Long Beach State in lane 2. So we'll see. Again, we still have a long ways to go, 4:40 in, and we will see what happens. And one thing I have to say that's been really exciting about watching these novice races is the noise. I cannot believe how enthusiastic these novices have been. It's really made this race exciting overall. I feel like we have such a huge novice contingent at this race, and we're hearing it at the finish line, we're hearing it on the shore. People are just excited to be here and excited to be racing again and excited to be watching their teams in these other boats again.
Yeah, and I think you're right, Whitney. I think one of the things that's so cool about ACRA this year is that, again, this is the biggest collegiate regatta in the country. It outpaced Dad Vales this year. I mean, so that just shows you how hungry these athletes are for teamwork, for this spirit that rowing, as you know, as a rower, as an athlete, that's what gives you a place in your world when everything else is a little bit funky. You've got rowing to go back to. You've got hard work to look forward to, and you have a national championship that you can contend with. I mean, it's been so much fun to talk to these athletes and see how excited they are to come out here. And I think you're right. Like the noise level it's been hilarious to listen to the coxswains. I mean, there's a lot of action. When you got 6 boats on the course, you want to make sure that your athletes can hear you. But it's the excitement, it's the fury of novice rowing that really is so much fun to watch. And right now what we're seeing is, no surprise, Grand Valley out there in front. They have done a really nice job from the very start leading this race. Again, just as a reminder, this is the C and D semifinals. So these crews competing for a spot in the 3rd or 4th level final for the women's novice 4. One of the most popular events here at the ACRAs. I think we had a total of 25 entries in this event. So, I mean, that tells you exactly where we're at with novice rowing. We've got a lot of new kids out there, and it's so great to see. So Davis continuing in 2nd. They're going to be followed by Oklahoma State, and then Murray State in 4th. In 5th, it will be Long Beach State, and then finally Middlebury. So final 500 meters. And we'll see how that shakes out as we come in to the final strokes for this women's novice 4. And I just have to comment that Middlebury, absolutely best oars on the water. They've got the cow print. You've probably seen them walking around with their cow print hats, and talked to those ladies yesterday and gentlemen, a couple of their athletes. And again, lots of spirit. They race in the New England rowing. They race at the New England Rowing Championships on Lake Quinsigamond. Their Middlebury Varsity 8 is ranked 2nd right now in the ACRA polls. So they really, really have a strong crew. And their novices here doing a great job. Again, this is the future of their team. All of these athletes, most likely in their first year of rowing. They said that they are graduating quite a few seniors after this year. So this is the future of that program.
All right, and kicking off the men's Novice 4 semifinal, we have lane 1, Bucknell, lane 2, Florida, lane 3, UC Berkeley lightweights. Those are the Cal lightweights. Lane 4, Delaware, lane 5, Connecticut, and lane 6, Notre Dame. And it looks like everybody is connected right now. We're only a minute 55, 2 minutes into this race, but whew, this is going to be tight.
And with 25 entries over the course of, or over this entire category, again, it's going to be really hotly contested as each of these crews in this particular semifinal aims to get into that grand final. And Whitney, this is about as good as it gets. We have 6 boats that are super, super connected, as you said. So no one has broken away. There's no open water for anyone. But what is sure is that Connecticut, rowing out of lane 5, is your early leader. They've got about a stern advantage over the boat right next to them from Delaware. So Delaware in second. They are sitting about 2 seats over both lane 2 and lane 6. So Florida and Notre Dame, those 2 boats fairly even. And then in the 5th place position, it's going to be Berkeley lightweights, followed by Bucknell in 6. But again, anything can change. This is still very, very early on.
You know, as we see this beautiful drone shot here, one thing that's really kind of fun to notice is the rating versus how long everybody's staying in the water. So we have all these boats that are connected, but we have some boats at higher rates, some boats that are a little bit longer. So it kind of comes down to later in the race who can actually maintain whatever they're doing. So we'll see if some of these boats start to get a little bit tired at the higher rates, if, you know, some of these boats that are staying in the water a little bit longer at the lower rates, but maybe with a little bit more power being squeezed out of that second half. We're going to see which strategy prevails.
Exactly. In Connecticut, they have a slightly elevated stroke rate. I have them clocked at about 33, 34 strokes a minute, whereas the boat right next to them, behind them, Delaware, rowing at about a 30. So as a strategy, that could really work. I'm going to say in Delaware's favor because, you know, again, it matters what happens at the finish line. You've got to make sure that you have enough energy to get through that sprint, to get through that third 500, which is really the dark part of that race. So for those of you who might be watching for the first time, we kind of tend to break up the 2,000 meter race into 4 segments. That first 500 usually is anyone's race. You could do anything for 500 meters. You got to get a good start, but it doesn't necessarily make or break your race. When you move into that second 500, that's kind of where you're establishing a rhythm. You're establishing, you know, the theme, if you will, for the rest of that race. Third 500, that's truth. That's where the fitness, that's where it's shown on the water. That's where truth comes out, right? So the third 500, really, really a tough spot on this course. And with novice rowing, a lot of sometimes inconsistent racing. You could have a great race one day, the next day just total, you know, disaster. But, you know, when you're here at a national championship, you want every race to be better than the last one. So Connecticut doing a really nice job continuing to hold off Delaware, shaking out just a little bit more. We'll see if we can separate out what's happening with some of the other boats. We had Notre Dame in 3rd, Berkeley lightweights in 4th, Florida, and then Bucknell rounding out that 5th and 6th place spot. But I think that a little bit has changed. We're going to see if we have a little bit of a different view so we can update you again on placement. All right, coming into the final 250 meters, and we're looking at a pretty solid push here by that's going to be Delaware. So Delaware having overtaken Connecticut for that first place position. So a lot happened there in that final 500 meters. So Delaware coming in as your winner across the line. That will be them with their bow first across the line. They're followed by Connecticut. So Connecticut slipping back into that second place position. And now here comes Florida. So Florida in third. Really, really tight here between UC Berkeley and Bucknell. So Cal coming across in fourth, followed by Bucknell. And then finally, Notre Dame. So a lot of change up between that race. We always tend to see that. We can start out with one set of placements, and then by the end, something completely different has happened, and that's exactly what you saw in that race. So great racing to those gentlemen. Again, this is contesting for a spot in the grand final or the petite final. Top three boats advance to the grand level final. And we already have a start in the second semifinal for the men's novice 4. In lane 1, Purdue. Lane 2, Penn State. Lane 3, Western Washington. Lane 4, Rhode Island. Lane 5, Vanderbilt. And lane 6, Washington State.
All right, and it looks like in our men's novice 4, second semifinal here, again, pretty tight race, not too much spread yet, but it looks like University of Rhode Island in lane 4 taking the lead right away, but not by much, because in lane 3, in that second place position, we have the Western Washington men, followed by Vanderbilt in lane 5, and it looks like we're kind of pairing up here with a few different races going on. So in lane 5, in that third place position, Vanderbilt, again, not by much, because lane 2, Penn State, coming right up behind, followed by Purdue in lane 1, and then Washington State, again, lane 6. But we have some pretty tight racing here. It looks like our leaders are still Western Washington men and University of Rhode Island. Looks like maybe the advantage to Rhode Island here, but not by much, a deck at most. That coxswain is definitely looking over, hopefully not getting too excited or too frantic yet, but kind of deciding what strategy they want to take in order to start walking away from Washington. We have Vanderbilt kind of coming up behind, but again, 3-boat race here. We've got Vanderbilt, we've got Penn State, we've got Purdue on the outside there, and this is going to be a close 3-boat race for that third place position. Everyone connected. So we've got our top leaders, again, University of Rhode Island, Western Washington, kind of walking it away, but still connected. Coxswain's doing a good job steering down those courses. And that 3-boat race just behind him for the chase, that is Vanderbilt, Penn State, and Purdue.
And Whitney, while you were giving the placement, I was able to get a few stroke rates, and I've got the URI boat, the Rhode Island boat, clocked at 35 strokes a minute. Western Washington, maybe a little bit more patient at 33. And these are very, very strong crews, so they can handle the higher stroke ratings and doing a really nice job pushing each other, and now with a significant amount of open water between themselves and the remaining crews. So again, it's going to be anybody's race for that third place position. Right now, Penn State or Vanderbilt, it's anyone's call. So hopefully, again, we've talked about the positioning for the coxswain. Coxswain is down into the bow of the boat. She can see the direction that the boat is going, but sometimes it's a little bit hard to look around and see where that action is. So a savvy coxswain has to know exactly how to stay connected to the other boats on the field. How hard is that, Whitney?
Well, you know, it can actually be quite difficult. And as you progress as a coxswain, you start to get a little bit better on feel. You know, you start to pay attention to what your boat is doing a little bit more. And you kind of listen. You know, you do have to use the guys or women in your boat to have them communicate if somebody's charging up behind you. You kind of use your peripherals. But you know what else makes this a challenge in these bow loaders that people don't think about are being able to see the buoy lines, especially when the water's a little bit choppy. You are right there in it. And so sometimes it's really difficult to pay attention to where the other boats are, keeping your line really straight right down the center of that course without veering around, and also being able to see everything with a little bit of chop and sometimes some spray in your face. So there's a lot of challenge here.
And not panicking. I think that's the other thing. You know, it's a long race course. There is a whole lot of opportunity to, you know, kind of reevaluate where you are as a crew, give a tactic to your crew that's going to be effective, but not cause anyone to panic, because there's a whole lot of adrenaline going on, especially right off at the start. But then once that adrenaline is gone, you're just working on pure power, pure speed, and fitness. And right now, I mean, this race between Rhode Island and Western Washington kind of makes my stomach hurt. It's like that race where it's just stroke for stroke. It's anyone's race, and you know that it's going to come down to the wire. But right now, looking at these two crews, I mean, they really are just dead set across from each other. It's bow ball to bow ball. So I'd love to be able to mic up the coxswains to hear what they're saying. Both boats at 500 meters to go, they have left everyone else behind in their wake. And now what we're going to see is that race for third. Who's going to get into that grand final? Is it going to be Vanderbilt or Penn State? I'm going to give that advantage right now to Vanderbilt.
You know, I'm actually sweating watching this race. This is a nail biter. I have to say, coming through the 1500, this has been a lot of fun to watch these crews duke it out. And these guys are just out here having a great time. They are clearly excited to race, and these coxswains are absolutely going for it. So I'm really excited to see what happens here as we start coming into the last 250. It looks like our leaders, again, stressful. I'm stressed just watching this, but in an excited way. So I can't wait to see, you know, who's at the catch, who's at the finish, who is going to cross the line first for that final.
Yeah, and who has the most effective sprint? I mean, because this is going to, you know, this bodes well for a really, really exciting grand final tomorrow. But 250 meters right now for both Western Washington and URI. They've pushed each other all the way down the race course from start to this point. And we're going to see who is able to get their bow first across that line. But then back to them by a good amount of open water. It looks like Vanderbilt has pushed themselves into that third place position. And Penn State is in fourth. In fifth, we're going to move out to Purdue, rowing out of lane 1, and then finally Washington State. But right now, if you had a camera, if you were looking at this live stream, this is just really, really exciting here. URI still in the top spot, so they were able to push off Western Washington and hold on to that lead. It will be their bow first across the line at the finish. And honestly, still pretty tight between Vanderbilt and Penn State. What a sprint from Penn State. We're going to be watching this all the way down to the wire. We've got binoculars out. We're taking a look at that finish line string. But I'm going to give it to Vanderbilt to hold on to that third place spot. Penn State just barely missing out on that spot in the grand finals. But that's unofficial. So we'll wait for the official results to come out. Purdue coming along in that fifth place spot, and then finally Washington State. Great racing.
Perfect. And kicking off our third semifinal for the men's novice 4. We already have some steering issues just in the first 100 meters or so, pushing off the blocks. So this is going to be quite exciting here. In lane 1, we have Long Beach State. In 2, GMU, that is Georgia. In lane 3, Liberty. And lane 4, Arizona State. Lane 5, University of Cincinnati. And lane 6, Pittsburgh. And since we've already had a little bit of steering here, it looks like everybody's straightened out again. We are past the breakage point. Everyone's kind of going to start cruising into, I think, the race pace, about a minute in now. So it should be about time to see where everyone settles in and how this race goes, if it's going to be just as exciting as the last one. And I want to make a correction here. Lane 2, I got very excited there, and I said Georgia, and that is George Mason. So forgive me there.
And indeed, early leader is going to be coming out of lane 3. That is Liberty. So with a really good start, again, with some of these crews as novices, sometimes you see a little bit of overexcitement, maybe not quite getting their point exactly where they need to be before they start. So we saw a little bit of steering corrections coming out of some of the crews. But Liberty, with a really nice start here, they are holding on to just about a deck lead over both GMU and Arizona State. So George Mason and Arizona State right next to them. Slight advantage now just in these last few strokes for the second place going to Arizona State. So back to those top 3 crews by a bit of open water is going to be your 4th, 5th, and 6th place crews. And, you know, really I'm looking at 2 different boat races here. 1st, 2nd, and 3rd up front, and then 4th, 5th, and 6th straight across. So jockeying for position. Again, this is the semifinal that will push these crews into into either the C level final or a D level final. And right now, Liberty and Arizona pushing each other super, super hard to get into that top spot, with George Mason right there. Now back to behind them for 4th, it will be Long Beach State. Long Beach State sitting about 4 seats over University of Cincinnati. So Cincinnati in 5th, and then finally Pittsburgh in 6th. All right, and here is Arizona. They have taken over Liberty for that top spot. Liberty right behind them. So again, not that much of a lead, but they are just kind of taking the boat along. Really, really good rowing here. And like Whitney had said earlier, hard to tell that these are novice crews, except for maybe a little bit of steering, you know, with the excitement of the start, with a few little technical bobbles here and there. The timing for all of these crews really looks quite nice. So Arizona doing a nice job. They've pushed themselves into the lead. They have 4 seats now over Liberty. Liberty sitting 4 seats, maybe a little bit more now over George Mason. So those are your top 3 crews. For 4th, we're going to move to the far shore. That's Long Beach State. They are sitting 2 seats over Cincinnati. And then in the 6th place spot continues to be Pittsburgh. Yesterday, when I was able to speak to the crew from Arizona State, again, they are the only collegiate crew in Arizona, so they do tend to row in a bit of isolation. They come to California for quite a few of their regattas. They go to San Diego, they race in the WIRA at the Western Championships out there at Lake Natoma. But one thing that has stayed really, really solid for them through all of these changes over COVID and whatnot has been their leadership. So their coaches have stuck with them through thick and thin. They lost about 3/4 of their team, so they've really had to rebuild, and they've done a really, really good job recruiting, bringing in new athletes, and showing them, you know, what is out there in the world of rowing. And I think being able to come all the way across the country and row at a national championship in your first year of racing is really, there's something to be said for that in terms of how you build a program. So hats off to Arizona. They are all novices. They are all in their first year of rowing, and really have done quite a nice job in their season, and they're proving that right here.
Yeah, you know, hats off to them. They're out there rowing in Tempe Lake, right outside Phoenix, and you know, maybe they're just used to the heat. You know, maybe they're used to the heat here out in Tennessee, so they're feeling a little bit at home. But I think you're right. You know, many accolades to their coach, and you know, so many props to what they've done with their program out there. And they've hosted some cool events. You know, people are kind of starting to go out to Arizona a little bit more. Really doing a great job. So let's get back to a few updates here on where everybody stands.
All right, Arizona State doing a nice job now with an open water lead over Liberty. So Liberty, again, a small evangelical college in Virginia. They brought a very small squad out here, but doing a great job in these novice boats. So Arizona in the lead, followed by Liberty. Really close here between University of Cincinnati and George Mason University for that third or fourth place position. And then moving to the outside lanes, it's anyone's race between Pittsburgh and Long Beach State. I'm going to give the slight advantage to Pittsburgh for the fifth place spot, but we'll see as they come a little bit closer into view as to where that placement will lie. And again, we're coming into the final 250 meters. This is where the stroke rates come up and where we see a little bit of movement sometimes between crews that might have a little bit more in the tank. All right, and finishing here will be Arizona State with an open water lead. They are followed by Liberty. We're hearing a ton of cheering for that Liberty University. That is so great to hear. Lots and lots of support from their teammates. And now here comes George Mason in the third place spot. They are followed by Long Beach State, and then finally Cincinnati and Pittsburgh. Okay, and we are back in the racing action here with the final semifinal of the men's novice 4. Again, we had 25 entrants over all teams for the men's novice 4. So what we're seeing is the second semifinal that will contest for the C and D finals, the third level and fourth level final. In lane 1, Kansas. Lane 2, Orange Coast. Lane 3, Central Florida. Lane 4, Northwestern. And lane 5, Vermont. And right now your early leader is going to come out of lane 6, or excuse me, that will be lane 5. That is Vermont. Vermont with just maybe a bow ball lead over Central Florida. Those two crews already establishing a bit of open water over the rest of the field. In third, we're going to move over to Northwestern. Northwestern rowing out of lane 4. And then very close to them, it will be Kansas. So Kansas actually, just as I said that, I think we have a little bit better angle now. Kansas actually in third, Northwestern in fourth. And then finally, Orange Coast in the 5th place position. Again, very early on, probably just past the first 500. And we will give it just a little bit of time to see if we can get more separation between especially these top 2 boats, Central Florida and Vermont, to see who can establish a solid lead. All right, and we are so lucky to have our drone pilots out there giving us these great overhead shots. It is a very difficult job, and we expect a lot from them. So doing their best out here, and weather is holding, so we're super, super grateful for Grant, our drone pilot, who is doing a fabulous job giving us this amazing view of Melton Lake as these crews progress down the race course. So again, we wanted to give it a little bit of time to see if there would be some more spacing between the top crews, but right now still really, really close between Central Florida and Vermont. I'm going to give maybe a 1-seat advantage right now to Central Florida for the lead over Vermont. And then back to them, it will be Northwestern, followed by Orange Coast, and then, Kansas, and then Orange Coast. So let's see if we can get them into a little bit better view and maybe give you some stroke rates. Yes, I was able to get Central Florida clocked at about 31 strokes a minute. Behind them, Vermont maybe at a slightly higher stroke rating of about a 32. So again, a 4 is a little bit heavier of a boat, even though these guys are super strong. But, you know, we don't have the flattest water. We maybe have a little bit of a tickle of a wind. And so keeping that stroke rate low, not only is it going to conserve maybe just a little bit of energy, but it's also going to allow you to let the boat run out from underneath you. So maybe a little bit more effective. So hats off to Central Florida for holding on to this lead. They have really just ticked it away, walked it away from Vermont. It was really like a back and forth battle between those two boats in that third 500, but now Central Florida, they've just taken off. So now for them, open water over Vermont. Back to them, it's going to be Northwestern in the third place position, sitting with about a stern advantage, maybe a little bit more over Kansas, and then finally Orange Coast College. So this is the final semifinal for the men's novice 4, one of the most subscribed to categories of the entire race here at ACRA's.
Oh yeah, we got some 8s next.
Woo!
All right, well, I'm going to call myself out there for getting a little bit excited about these men's novice 8s that are about to kick off here and have just pushed off the line. Again, still connected. In lane 1, Washington State. Lane 2, UC Davis. Lane 3, Michigan Rowing Association. Lane 4, Orange Coast College. Lane 5, Purdue. And lane 6, MSU. And this should be an exciting race. All boats. All boats still connected as we push off the line, only about 40 seconds in. So as soon as we hit that minute or so mark, we should see these boats start to kind of settle into their base pace and see what happens from here.
Yeah, and just, you know, beautiful overhead shot. Again, with these semifinals, the progression for the ACRA Championships is a little bit difficult to follow, but I'll let you know what's going on here in the men's novice 8 because we had so many boats entered. We progressed through the heats and then came into the semifinals here today. So the first 2 semifinals that we'll see are progression into the grand final or the B-level final. So right now, the top 3 boats here will move on to the grand final, with the remaining 3 moving on to the petites. And this is going to be a hot race, I think, all the way down the race course. Right now, early on, your leader will be Michigan rowing out of lane 3. They are sitting with about a 6-seat advantage over Orange Coast. So Orange Coast rowing out of lane 4. Orange Coast and UC Davis really close to each other, and UC Davis and Orange Coast have raced each other certainly throughout this springtime. They are close rivals with each other, but right now Orange Coast with the upper hand over Davis just by about a couple of seats. In 4th, we're going to move over to lane 5. That's Purdue. So Purdue in 4th and sitting with about 3 seats over Michigan State in 5th, and then finally Washington State in the 6th place position. So Washington State, a club program that rows in Spokane. They have both men and the women in their club program. So really cool to see them here and doing a great job in this A and B semifinal. But right now, Michigan making a statement, but they've got to watch out for Orange Coast. We know that Orange Coast is capable of creating a very solid freshman novice program. And I'm sure that Orange Coast is not going to let go and let Michigan walk away any farther. So this will be interesting to watch. Whitney, what do you think?
Now, you know, I could not be more excited about watching this race. And look at this beautiful flying V that we've already created here with our leaders. But all of these boats are connected, and you are right. Orange Coast College is not going to make this easy. This is their bread and butter boat, and they are going to be very excited to throw down the best race that they can execute, under the guidance of Coach Cam Brown, who is also our ACRA president and leader. So, Coast always has something to prove when they come out here, which makes it so exciting to see them come out and race. And I'd love to ask you, as a big boat rower, what does it feel like to be this close in a race like this, right in the middle of all the action?
Well, it's all about keeping your head in the boat and listening to your coxswain. Again, one of the things that's really unique about rowing is, it's not a contact sport. You have to have your strategy, you have to have your race plan, and no matter what's happening outside, you have to stick to your race plan, because, it's not over until it's over. You have to know what your strengths are. Of course, crews and coaches, they look at the speeds of the other boat, they look at times, they look at technique, they can look at video and all that, but really it's all about that strategy and sticking to your strategy. So there's not, a whole lot of playing defense or offense. I think you can try to respond if you see another crew that's making a move, but it's nerve-wracking. I mean, it's all about who can stay calm, who can keep their heads in the boat, as we say.
I have to say, too, as a coxswain as well, with so much going on, it looks like we've even got a little bit of breeze coming across the water, just kind of ruining the glass just a little bit. But you're sitting in the middle of all the action here. And like you said it perfectly, just keeping a cool head, staying calm, because you cannot win this race by yourself, right? So you have to go with your crew. You can't take it alone.
Right. And of course, there's no quarterback in rowing. There's no star forward. So, you might have one athlete that maybe has a little better erg, maybe a little bit taller, stronger, whatever. But that one person is not going to win this whole race. But right now, Michigan's doing something right, because they have that lead over Orange Coast, and they have indeed pulled away with a little bit of open water. So Orange Coast now separating themselves out behind them. We've got open water between themselves and that third place crew. So really tight between UC Davis and Purdue. Purdue now pushing themselves into the third place spot. Tight between Davis now and Michigan State. So if we can get a little bit better view, I'm going to give a slight advantage for fourth going to Michigan State. UC Davis maybe slipping back to fifth. Washington State continuing in sixth. All right, get your cheering out, because Michigan State and Orange Coast, they are doing such a nice job and really showing some expertise as they move through these final strokes, coming into the final 250.
Now, one thing Coast has going for them, I have to say, is pride. As we've talked about once or twice before, if you listen really closely, I'm not sure if we'll hear it, but you'll hear the 1-2 Go Coast from the shoreline. They have a huge support system of alumni. But, look at Michigan. They're walking away with it.
Michigan, such a strong program. These guys really just showing that they are the future of this program. They've already got one length of open water over Coast. I can't wait for that grand final tomorrow, because it is just going to be a barn burner. Right now we're looking at Michigan, open water over Coast, back to them, really, really tight between Purdue, Davis, and even MSU. So really great racing here as these crews wind up with their final strokes. Michigan, that will be them with their bow first across the line to get into that grand final. And now here comes Coast. But then is it going to be Davis? Is it going to be Purdue? All the way down to the wire on this one. Wow, that was exciting. We're going to wait for those official times to pop up. I'm going to take my guesses right here. But indeed, it was Purdue overtaking Davis for that grand final qualifying position. But it was so close. And we've already had a start in our next semifinal. This is 6 boats on the course. In lane 1, Southern California. Lane 2, Connecticut. Lane 3, UCLA. Lane 4, Virginia. Lane 5, Grand Valley. And lane 6, University of North Carolina. All right. And again, like, Whitney and I get really excited here watching these crews as they come down the course. But one thing that's fun to look at is the times coming out of the heats from yesterday. So indeed, Michigan did have the fastest time by about 6 seconds over the rest of the field. But then it is really, really tight between the remaining crews. Grand Valley, UCLA, Purdue, Virginia, Orange Coast. I mean, it is going to be so tight to get into that grand final. So right now, as we come down the race course, we are looking at our early leader, UCLA, the Bruins, rowing out of Marina del Rey. They have had an amazing season this year, led by the indomitable Paul Wilkins. They are sitting with a 4-seat advantage right now over Virginia. Virginia sitting 6 seats over both Connecticut and Southern California. In 5th, we're going to move back over to lane 5. That's Grand Valley. Grand Valley sitting bow to stern over UNC. All right, and all crews just shy of 1,000 meters, and we do have a new leader. That will be Virginia. Virginia now sitting 4 seats over UCLA. Virginia rowing at 36 strokes a minute. We'll get a stroke rating here on UCLA. UCLA 35. Back to them, bow to stern back. It's really, really tight for that 3rd place spot. It's going to be either USC, Southern California, or Connecticut, or Grand Valley. Back in the trailing position, it will be North Carolina. So we're going to keep our eyes on Southern California, Connecticut, and Grand Valley for that 3rd place position. But up front, Virginia and UCLA, so close. And, anything can happen here, especially at that 1,000-meter line. They're just about ready to cross over. And that 3rd 500, that's really where it's at. So a little bit of information about USC. I was able to talk to their coach, John Cates, talk to their athletes, and they are all true novices. The program was essentially put on complete hold and cut from the university. They were not allowed to train. They were not allowed to compete or do anything. So they are starting with a complete blank slate this year. They've got a new coach. Every single person on that team is new, and they're fired up. So they have, made it into this A and B semifinal, which is a testament to not only the spirit, but that focus on fitness, that focus on teamwork, a great coach as well. So, really nice job here with Southern California. Definitely hit hard by COVID regulations, but here they are at the ACRA National Championship. All right, so Virginia now looking at a bow to stern advantage over UCLA. Again, this is going to come down to how we strategize going in to the final 500 meters and what we want our race piece to finish as. If you look like you're in a comfortable position coming into the final 500 meters, what is the strategy? You want to conserve a little bit of energy, right? But you also don't want to shut it down. But Virginia looking at maybe a little bit of open water now over UCLA. But for that 3rd place spot, it is so tight between Southern California, Connecticut, and Grand Valley. Let's see if we can get them into a little bit better vision. It looks like Southern California has overtaken Connecticut. So Connecticut slipping back to 5th. And so now that race is really going to be between Southern California and Grand Valley for the 3rd place spot. This is a great race for USC. Southern California out in that far lane, they have really put on quite a show here. They have taken away even a little bit of that lead that UCLA had. Right now it's all about Virginia. They have that open water advantage. But look at this. USC coming up to potentially challenge UCLA for that 2nd place position. It's really, really tight there for USC and Grand Valley. But let's see who's got it in the tank in these final strokes. There it is for Virginia. Here comes UCLA. And all the way down to the wire. Oh, so close between USC and Grand Valley. I'm not going to make a call on it. I'm going to wait for that official results to come through. And there it is. Grand Valley was able to hold on to that third place position. Southern California just barely missing out on making that grand final. What an exciting race. We're going to move back over to the start. We'll get these lanes set for you in just a minute.
And we have a start. That is for the men's novice 8 third semifinal. Looks like we've had just a couple little steering issues here, but not too many. They should be on track, hopefully through that 100-meter breakage point. And in lane 1, we have Oregon. Lane 2, Washington. Lane 3, Clemson. Lane 4, UMass. Lane 5, Middlebury. And lane 6, Minnesota. And let's see in this race if we have anybody with a mullet, a bucket hat, maybe some pit vipers. We want some free speed. They're going to need everything that they can get in order to gain the lead in some of these races. This has been exciting in these novice 8s.
I think it's all about the pit vipers. I don't know. I'm going to place my bets on that one. That seems to be the popular fashion accessory for speed this year. But right now, with our early lead, it is going to be University of Massachusetts. They have poked their nose out just a little bit in front of Clemson. So Clemson in the second place position. In third, right next to them, it will be Washington out of St. Louis, Missouri. Next to them in the fourth place spot, it will be Middlebury. And then in fifth and sixth, too close to call between Minnesota and Oregon. So we'll let a little bit of time elapse, a little bit of space on the race course elapse while these crews shake out and get into their base pace.
Take a better lap.
All right, we're looking at a really beautiful overhead shot here. We've got just kind of that chevron pattern coming down, the V, the flying V as we come down the race course. University of Massachusetts continuing to hold on to this top spot, now sitting bow to stern over Clemson. Clemson sitting bow to stern over both Washington and Middlebury. Back to those crews by about 6 seats, it will be Oregon pushing themselves into the fifth place position, and then finally Minnesota. But one of the things that Whitney and I were taking a look at, again, the vantage point of having this drone is that you get to see the different boat configurations, and we are looking at a bucket rig in that Middlebury Middlebury boat. And what's the advantage to having a bucket rig? Is basically where you have two oarsmen of both of the same side right next to each other. So in this case, with the Middlebury crew, you have two starboard side rowers sitting one right in front of the other. What would be the reason for that, Whitney?
That's a really good question. Some coaches see an advantage to it and some don't. So it really balances out the power a little bit and helps keep your boat go a little bit straighter. So it kind of depends on, what the makeup of your crew is. If you maybe have more guys on one side that are a little bit stronger, you can kind of put a little bit more power in the bow to maybe keep it going a little bit straighter down the lane. So it kind of just depends on where you want to put each guy. And then if your boat's not going straight, then some coaches will kind of try to finagle a little bit with the rigging and see if they can even it out a little bit.
And on that note, it's really, the coxswain is the steersperson in the boat, but the idea, especially with a 2,000 meter course, is that you don't steer, right? I mean, the more that you steer, the more that you're slowing down the boat. Every time you move that tiny little rudder, you're slowing down the boat. So the idea of using the bucket rig could be to balance it out, to make sure that that boat goes as straight as possible. Would you agree?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And the thing that a lot of people don't know, too, maybe the rowers, of course, but those little steering mechanisms are the size of a credit card. So, your rudder is the size of a credit card. You're steering a 59 to 63 foot boat, with 8 guys or 8 women in it. And it makes a big difference. It takes about 3 seconds for those boats to respond. So if you put on the rudder any direction, you may start veering off to one side way more than you intend to. So you have to be very, very careful touching those ropes and those little toggles.
And even though these courses are fully buoyed and, they really shouldn't have any problem steering that boat straight, sometimes if you have a little bit of a bobble on the port side or the starboard side, that can throw the trajectory of your boat off course. So, again, coxswain is completely key in getting their crews down the race course in fine fashion. Massachusetts right now still holding on to that lead, looking at a second place position over Clemson. And let's see if we can get a little bit of a different view. I'm going to use my binoculars and stand up here to see where exactly we're at on the race course with these crews. This has actually stayed pretty tight in this C&D semifinal. We're looking at a lead from start to this point from the University of Massachusetts, but let's see how it shakes out between Clemson and Middlebury for that second or third place position.
Yeah, I also don't want to overlook very quickly that we are 5:55 into this race and moving into those red buoys. That is a fast race for a novice 8. So I definitely don't want to overlook here the accomplishment that these 8s, these 8s are doing a great job. 6:09, here we go. What have you got for us?
Yeah, that's a pretty fast time actually coming into this. And, there's definitely not a tailwind. I don't really think there's a lick of any wind going on out there. So these crews laying down some pretty fast times, and this is just a semifinal. So again, can't wait for tomorrow. Those the grand finals, the petite finals, C-level and D-level finals, they are all going to be nail biters. But right now, Massachusetts doing an amazing job here. They have continued to hold the lead, and Clemson in second. But now that race for third, that's the one that's tight. We're looking at Oregon pushing themselves into third. Right behind them, Washington with Middlebury right there. Minnesota in 6th, but wow, what a race here. Oregon just kind of snuck up on me. Oregon pushing themselves into third, Middlebury in 4th, Washington in 5th, and then Minnesota in 6th. I'll make sure to call that correctly for that 4th and 5th place spot. Yep, that would be Middlebury.
These are Grant's boys.
Washington in 5th, Minnesota in 6th. That was a great race. And we're moving into the final semifinal of the men's novice 8s. 6 boats again on the course. In lane 1, Wichita State. Lane 2, Boston College. Lane 3, Central Florida. Lane 4, UC Irvine. Lane 5, George Washington University. Lane 6, Pittsburgh, and we are awaiting a start.
All right, we're going to pick you up here about a minute and a half into this race. Crews should be kind of settling in now to the body of the race here, and it's looking like our leader, lane 4, is going to be UC Irvine. Again, those anteaters coming from Southern California. Lane 3 in second place will be Central Florida. In that third place position is going to be lane 2, Boston College. Lane 1, Wichita State, followed by Pittsburgh in lane 5. But again, kind of have 2 boat races going here. Bow ball to bow ball. Look at this. I mean, Central Florida and UCI already 2 minutes, 2:15 in here, and we are bow ball to bow ball. Maybe a deck down on Central Florida, maybe. But this is going to be tight. We've got a few boat races going on here.
Yeah, and we have definitely seen it kind of change back and forth here. UC Irvine was really hot off the start, but Central Florida caught them. They were even for a bit. Central Florida pushed their bow ball a little bit ahead. But now Irvine responding to that push by Central Florida and making a great move here. Maybe the coxswain's calling for a power 10. Maybe she's calling for maybe a little bit faster stroke rating or maybe more power. But whatever it is, it's working for Irvine as they push themselves just a little bit farther away from Central Florida. Third place is going to belong to Boston College. Boston College sitting about 6 seats over lane 1, Wichita State. Wichita State maybe about 2 seats over Pittsburgh. So lane 5 is open. George Washington was a scratch. So just important to note there will be no crew coming down lane 5. You're going to be looking at Pittsburgh along the shoreline. But Irvine, as your leader, just 3 seats over Central Florida. We'll see if they can hold on to it at the halfway point.
Yeah, and you said something really important there, hot off the start with UCI. And one thing I wanted to point out was we actually did have a little bit of steering issue with UCI off the start, and that can be really dangerous, really detrimental in those first 100 meters because it's kind of hard to straighten back out and get your crew right back on track. And remember, the goal here is to do 2,000 meters, not 2001. So we want to make sure that we keep those boats directly down the center of that lane.
That is true. You do not want to make a tour of the race course at all. And again, you know, it was just off the start. There tends to be a lot of excitement, a lot of adrenaline. Sometimes the blades aren't completely buried for that start. We talked about this earlier this morning where it's incredibly difficult to get that boat speed up and running. You've got a boat that's 59, 60 feet long. You've got an incredible amount of mass in the boat, and you have to go from a dead stop to full racing speed in a matter of a minute or so. And so sometimes that, you know, it gets a little bit scrambly, but the goal for the coxswain is to key her rowers back in to that mindset where they're just keeping their heads in the boat and focusing on what is happening in their boat, not worrying about the course, not worrying about what's happening next to them. So Irvine and Central Florida, really great job here as they push each other and push themselves a little bit farther away from everyone else. But right now, really close between these 2 crews. I'm not even going to give an advantage to either of those. And those of you guys watching the screen, you're going to see that right here too. It's just back and forth between these 2 boats.
Yeah, absolutely. Some of these men's crews here coming into the 1500, I mean, some of these 8s are like getting a freight train going. And once they get up and running, there's no stopping them. And look at, you can see the Central Florida coxswain getting a little bit excited there. They're going to have something to prove. You know, they've been working really, really hard over COVID with their 2 coaches, again, that used to be athletes themselves. And it's essentially an athlete-run program, again, which we're seeing a lot today. And they are really proving themselves against UCI, which has a long history of excellence, as you said.
Well, and as we come into the final strokes here, 300 meters or so to go. So for those of you watching on the live stream, when they get to those red buoys, that means sprint. So the red buoys mean the final 250 meters, and that is where you're bringing that boat home. You're bringing the stroke rating up, maybe shortening up just a little bit to tick that boat up to maybe even 40 strokes a minute. So it's really just legs on fire, lungs on fire, everything you've got until you cross that finish line. So back and forth here between Central Florida and Irvine. I'm not going to predict what's going to happen. It's really who is the most effective in the water at these high strokes. Boston College continuing in 3rd. Pittsburgh pushing themselves into 4th place. Wichita State falling back just a little bit to 5th. But look at this all the way down to the line.
Now, excuse me.
This is just a back and forth battle here. Final strokes, Central Florida or Irvine, too close to call. All right, and for those of you guys who are looking at the screen on the live stream, that is incorrect. Central Florida did take the lead, but it is Irvine that's in that second place position. So we'll look for a correction. Again, these are all unofficial times. They do have to be verified by the race officials, but Central Florida with the win there. And we did not see Irvine pop up on the screen, so we'll wait till the official results are released. Do I need to do anything?
All right, and hot off the line here, we have the women's varsity 4 semifinal 1. In lane 1, Oregon. Lane 2, Virginia Tech. Lane 3, Northwestern. Lane 4, Lafayette. Lane 5, Florida State. And lane 6, University of Rhode Island. So again, these are the varsity 4s now. So a little bit more experience in these 4s. We are past the breakage point, and once we get that overhead shot or get another camera angle, then we will give you the places as soon as we can see them.
All right, and now that we have kind of a clearer shot of the action, this is number 1 of 2 semifinals. With the varsity 4, the top 3 boats will advance to the grand final. The remaining 3 will move on to the petite level finals. In the first place position, we're going to look to lane 4. That is Lafayette. So Lafayette already with quite a substantial lead here in this varsity 4. They're sitting with just a little bit of open water over Florida State out of lane 5. Florida State 2 seats over lanes 3, Northwestern, with Oregon, or excuse me, that would be Virginia Tech right next to them. So Northwestern and Virginia Tech even. Back in 5th, it will be University of Rhode Island, and then Oregon in the 6th place position. But wow, Lafayette with really a statement here in this first 500 meters.
Now, we've talked multiple times here about how great a lot of these novice boats look, and they've been really, really impressive. Now, I have to say, you can see the difference a little bit in these novice and varsity 8s. So the varsity 4s. And the varsity 4s look really composed here, and I'm excited to see what happens in the second half. Now, looking at these 4s again, what do you notice are some of the differences between the novice 4s and the varsity 4s? What do you see at a championship level race?
I think that one of the things that really stands out is a level of composure. There tends to not be as much scrambliness. So by composure, I just mean poise, confidence a lot of the time that's going to come with experience. Although I will say that quite a few of these crews, even though they're rowing in a varsity boat, this is their first year rowing. So we're really all over the map in terms of level of experience. But the goal in rowing at the varsity level is that you row with a sense of maturity. And you can see that very often with kind of the more calm and relaxed view. And this is the misperception in general of rowing. So those of you standing on the shoreline or maybe even watching on the live stream say, oh, this looks so easy. It just looks so beautiful and relaxed. And that looks like so much fun. Oh, and it's just torture. It's hell when you're in the boat and your legs are on fire and your lungs are on fire. So it is, it's a little bit of smoke and mirrors here. To make it look easy, it's hard. Right, and a little bit of an update here for you. Lafayette continuing to hold on to that top spot. They have about a seat of open water over Florida State. Florida State looking really strong and with about a length of open water advantage over the rest of the field. So the next closest competitor to them will be in lane 2. That is Virginia Tech. So Virginia Tech in third. Right now looking at a challenge coming from University of Rhode Island and Northwestern. So again, the spot that really is going to be in contention is going to be for that third place position. So we'll keep our eyes on Virginia Tech, Northwestern, and URI. Oregon continuing in 6th in lane 1. All right, and taking a review of the heats from yesterday in the women's varsity 4. Indeed, Lafayette with the fastest time by about 3 seconds over the rest of the field. Sometimes it's hard to compare heat to heat because of changing conditions and because of the competition. A boat might push a little bit harder or not have to push quite as much, so you don't necessarily see the true speed of a boat just by looking at their times in the heats. But right now, Lafayette proving that the win in their heat was definitely deserved. So they are looking at a considerable lead right now over Florida State. And then let's take a look who's going to push themselves into that third qualifying position for the grand final. All right, so as this race shapes up, final 250 meters, Lafayette with that walk-away lead, they are looking at about 2 lengths of open water between themselves and Florida State. Florida State looking at a little bit of open water over Virginia Tech. So Virginia Tech looking strong in that third place position, but then also University of Rhode Island on the outside. They could still be in contention for that third place position. Keep your eye on lane 5, keep your eye on lane 2. Excellent racing here by Lafayette as they come into their final strokes. Final 5 strokes for them. It will be their bow first across the line, followed by Florida State, and then indeed Virginia Tech into that third place position. University of Rhode Island in 4th, followed by Northwestern, and then finally Oregon.
All right, about 3 minutes in to this women's varsity 4 semifinal. This is the second semifinal here. We have a little bit more of a spread, but let's start with lane 1. That is Florida. Lane 2, Vanderbilt. Lane 3, Northwestern State. Lane 4, Colorado. Lane 5, Bowdoin. Lane 6, Washington State. And again, we're going to give you some places here in just a second as we get this view. And it's looking like Bowdoin in first here, but still connected by Colorado. That will be in lane 4, Colorado lane 4. Followed by lane 3, Northwestern State. And pretty tight race here between the, let's see, what is that? Lane 6 and Washington State lane 6 and Vanderbilt in lane 2. So pretty tight race. Hard to tell who's actually ahead there. And we're going to follow that up with lane 6, and that is Florida. So we'll see a little bit more of a spread here 4 minutes in, but we do have our 2 leaders looking like Bowdoin and Colorado still connected. Colorado kind of walking up. I don't know. We'll see. They are still connected again, 4:15 in, and we'll be back with more in just a minute.
All right, and all crews are coming up to the 1,000-meter line. Yesterday in the heats, Colorado had the second fastest time out of all of the heats, right there behind Lafayette. And then Bowdoin with, I want to say the third or the fourth fastest time. So they've really done a good job of flipping that script, maybe making up for not such a great heat yesterday. I mean, I'm not going to speak to that. Maybe they had an awesome race and did what they had to do to get into this AB semifinal. But right now, Bowdoin continuing to hold on to the lead, and we'll see what Colorado has in this third 500. In third, it will continue to be Northeastern. They are followed by Vanderbilt, and then Washington State, and finally Florida. As they come into a little bit better view, we'll see if any of that placement has changed. We'll come back in just a minute with the update. All right, just past the last 500 meters here, approaching the final 250. Bowdoin continuing to hold on to the lead, but Colorado winding it up here. We'll see again who has that most effective sprint. Top 3 boats will advance to the grand finals. So again, sometimes the strategy is just to do your job. Do what you need to do to get into the final that you want to get into. Of course, you want to challenge for the better lane placement. This race right now seating from the inside lanes out. And right now it is Bowdoin and Colorado doing a great job pushing each other down this race course and pushing themselves most likely into that grand final. And indeed, Colorado doing a really nice job here with their sprint. They have pulled even with Bowdoin. Third, it continues to be Northwestern. So Northwestern with quite a bit of open water on either side of them as they approach their final strokes. But here it is, Colorado overtaking Bowdoin. Bowdoin has led from the very start of this race, but Colorado patient and composed. Again, that's what Whitney and I had been talking about. The difference sometimes between the novice crews and the varsity crews is composure. And we're seeing that here with that Colorado boat. So Colorado with the win, followed by Bowdoin, and now here comes Northeastern. Sorry, that would be Northwestern. Northwestern in third, Vanderbilt with the 4th place position. Washington State, and then finally Florida. So that wraps up the women's varsity 4 semifinals. We'll see 3 of those boats move into the grand final. The remainder move on to the petites. Next up, the men's varsity 4s. We'll be back with the race call in just a minute. Okay, a little bit of an update from the start line. We had someone that jumped the gun there. Of course, we got a lot of adrenaline. We've got a lot of excitement. So boats have been called back into the stake boats and will be delayed just by a couple of minutes while the boats are realigned, and we'll have a restart. Okay, pretty sure that we're going to get a quick start here from the race officials as we attempt to be on time. Right now we're only a couple minutes behind, which is pretty amazing for a regatta this size. I mean, these guys are running at clockwork, so really nice job for the racing officials. Moms and dads, spectators, fans, that is one thing that goes unsaid, is how much we owe to the referees and the race officials that often volunteer their time and their whole weekends, travel across country to make sure that our kids have fair racing. And you know, they are out there in the hot sun all day long, and just wanted to say thank you for their efforts in making this a great regatta.
You know, it really is hard work being a spectator. That is true. You are standing on the shore, you're getting water, you're getting sunscreen, you're getting food, you know, you're helping the team out and trying to support at the same time. So it is a long weekend for everybody out there. The sun has been a little bit intense out here, but I have to say we've had such great weather. I think we've been so lucky. And speaking of great weather here at this glassy start, looks like we do have a start of the men's varsity semifinal 1. That is lane 1, Grand Valley, lane 2, GMU, lane 3, Western Washington, lane 4, William and Mary, lane 5, Texas, and lane 6, UMass. And hopefully we'll see some pretty exciting racing here. We do have all boats connected through the breakage point, and let's see if these coxswains can keep steering straight down the line, and let's see who moves on. I'm excited.
And with these semifinals, the progression will be the top 3 boats moving on to the grand finals, the remainder to the petites. And early on, like Whitney said, we still have a lot of connection between these crews. So, you know, it's sure to shake out. The only thing, we've got one boat that's maybe a little bit off the pace, but at this point, there is no clear leader. I mean, it's going to be very close right now between George Mason and University of Massachusetts for that lead spot. But again, we come off of the start line with a whole lot of excitement, a whole lot of adrenaline, really, really high strokes. And as the crews settle down into what we call their race pace, sometimes a whole lot changes. So we'll take a look a little bit farther down the course to see if we can shake out placement for some of these crews, because it's actually gotten even a little bit tighter as I've been talking.
Now, if you don't mind, you did talk about moving into that base pace, and we've been talking about that all day. But what does that actually look like? So once we have a nice start, we're at a pretty high rate, we've blasted off the line, and we're kind of getting settled into that middle 1,000 or so, maybe a little bit more, depending on when you settle. What does that transition look like?
I think that transition looks like power. So the effort and the focus has to be on not only maintaining your speed, but more power. So the start, you can't really rip the blades through the water and expect the boat to respond well. It really has to be all about lightness and quickness. And then once you settle down into that base pace and get into the stroke rating that's going to fulfill the body of your piece, it has to be about power, finesse, and just being as effective as possible, because like we've said, this is a long race, and tapping into both energy systems. You've by the third 500, by the second 500, you've tapped out of your aerobic energy system, and you're just working on your anaerobic, whatever is left over. So it is all about power right now for these crews. And I think that, a good coxswain, a good crew, a good coach is going to focus on being as efficient as possible.
Absolutely. And the cool thing about that is there are so many ways to do that too. Some crews do it over a progression of 5 strokes or so. They kind of bring it down and power up a little bit, bring the stroke rate down, and power up a little bit. Some do it in, 2 strokes, in 1 stroke on this one, and they really, really transition quickly. Now, let's go back to our leaders here, because we have got 4 boats across and one boat, that is really starting to set themselves apart a little bit. We are looking at William and Mary in lane 4. That is our leader right now, but not by much. By then, now we have 4 boats across. It's looking like, gosh, I don't even know who to give it to. Grand Valley, maybe? Grand Valley, but not far behind. Kick in.
Yep. So I was trying to write down the placement so that we could kind of, take a look at the screen and not have to look down at our heat sheets. But as I was doing that, the placement completely changed. So William and Mary out with that early lead, followed by Grand Valley with GMU right there, George Mason University in that 3rd place position with Texas and Massachusetts. So we are just coming up to the 1,000-meter line, again, coming into that third 500. That is really what separates out a lot of these crews. And, again, as the excitement and the adrenaline kind of calm down, we really get into the truth of their fitness and the truth of their power. So we're going to see exactly what happens here. But right now, William and Mary holding on to that lead. All right, this is a little bit interesting. We kind of called one of those boats totally incorrectly, but William and Mary definitely with that lead. Really, really tight here between George Mason and Western Washington. Texas also right there, and University of Massachusetts. Grand Valley just a little bit off the pace in the 6th place position. But, look at what this is heating up for with those top 3 boats to advance to the grand final. William and Mary doing what they can to hold on to that lead and hold off a charge by 4 crews, all on either side of them.
Now, the cool thing about these varsity 4s, too, is whether you have a smaller program or coaches decide to prioritize their 4, more clubs have the ability to have very strong 4s. So it makes these races typically very exciting to watch. And we're seeing that now as we come into the last 200 meters or so.
That's right. And those, often these are the top 4 athletes in the program. And we're seeing that right here. I really want to point out George Mason University. I mean, what a sprint. William and Mary have held on to that lead, but they have watched it shrink as George Mason is just, really putting on a clinic here as to how to be the most effective in that sprint. A little bit of a bobble there in those a couple of those strokes. But George Mason, and then with Western Washington in third. So close here, these final strokes. And you heard the finish line horns. Definitely very, very competitive here in these final strokes. So William and Mary with the win, followed by George Mason, and then Western Washington. It's going to be Texas for the 4th place position, University of Massachusetts, and then finally Grand Valley. All right, and we are already at 1,000 meters gone in the second semifinal for the men's varsity 4. In lane 1, Pittsburgh. Lane 2, UCLA. Lane 3, University of Rhode Island. Lane 4, Vermont. Lane 5, Boston College. And lane 6, Northwestern. Okay, finally getting these boats coming into positioning here. 500 meters to go. We've got Vermont as your leader, sitting just a few seats over University of Rhode Island. The 3rd place position is going to go to Boston College, rowing out of lane 5, with UCLA in 4th, Northwestern in 5th, and then finally Pittsburgh in 6th. So coming into the spectator area, you're going to be able to see a little bit closer action here as they wind it up for their final strokes. This will be the top 3 crews moving on to the grand final, the remainder moving on to the petites. So it's going to heat up here in these final 250 meters. Will it be Vermont? Will it be University of Rhode Island? Vermont just barely holding off University of Rhode Island for that top spot. We'll see what happens here as they hit the red buoys. Final 250 meters. Great racing up front here as Rhode Island and Vermont push each other towards that finish line. Rhode Island now overtaking Vermont for that lead position. So again, we're going to look at an awesome grand final tomorrow as these crews go after each other and really test their speed out in this semifinal. It's already pretty much, I mean, this is such exciting racing. We've got these 2 boats well out in front. Behind them is UCLA now pushing themselves into 3rd, but we're going to keep our eye on Boston College all the way down to the line. So close there between UCLA and Boston College for that final qualifying position for the grand final. We'll see what the official results say. And then for those final 2 spots, it will be Pittsburgh and then Northwestern. But indeed, UCLA getting into that grand final with a 3rd place finish.
All right, and off to a blazing fast start here. We have the first semifinal of the men's varsity 8. Now, these are going to be nail-biter races. We have 4 semifinals here for the men's V8s. In lane 1, we have Delaware. Lane 2, Purdue. Lane 3, UCLA. Lane 4, George Washington. Lane 5, Washington State. And lane 6, Bucknell. Already all connected, 6 lanes across. This is going to be an exciting race. So it's hard to tell exactly who our leaders are at this point because we're only about 2 minutes in.
Well, I'm going to jump in and say, I'm going to go with some of the rankings. The polls really had George Washington as your top boat, and right now they are your early leader. So George Washington right down the center of the course. They're sitting with a 2-seat lead over UCLA. UCLA in second with about 4 seats over Purdue. Purdue sitting 6 seats over Bucknell. Back to Bucknell by about a full boat length. It's going to be Delaware rowing out of lane 1, and then finally Washington State. So again, looking for a really, really strong finish here for all of these crews. It's going to come down, I think it's going to come down to the wire because, again, we don't know the fitness levels. We don't know what the strategy is coming into these semifinals. This is the AB semifinal, so the top 3 finishers will move on to the grand final. The remainder will move on to the petite. But right now, George Washington, they are up front with now 7 seats over UCLA. Right, and we are still watching George Washington with that lead over UCLA, but tight racing right now between Purdue and Bucknell. So again, we've got these boats that are way far apart from each other. Purdue in lane 2, Bucknell all the way out in lane 6. There's a lot of boat action and splashing in between. And as a coxswain, Whitney, you've been there before. You have been in that position where you've got a final or a petite final on the line and you're right on the edge. You're you're a bubble crew right now. What do you do? What do you tell your rowers?
Now that is a great question. And the first thing that you have to look at too are those outside lanes, because it is so easy to be on those outside lanes and actually miss another crew that may sneak up on you without knowing it. So you really have to make sure that you have all boats accounted for and sort of take in all of that information and keep your crew calm, collected, and within their own boat. And this is where 4 minutes in, 4:25 into the race, I'm going to really start pressing so I can start moving into that 12:50 mark, really keeping it strong through that 12:50, setting it up for the last 500. And here we are already crossing that that last 500.
All right, George Washington continuing to hold on to that lead. UCLA watching their second place position being threatened by both Purdue and Bucknell. So those crews pushing each other so hard. They're trying to get into contention for one of those top spots. We've got Bucknell on the outside, closest to the shoreline, really winding it up here, seeing if they can pop themselves into one of the top 3 positions. But UCLA is so strong. They've had such a great season. But with Purdue right next to them, a perennial powerhouse here in the ACRA championships. So, it's everything on the line right now. They're going to do and throw everything on the table to get into that grand final. George Washington just holding on with so much composure and poise and, just some confidence, I think, coming out of that boat. But it's really the second or third place race. That's what we're looking for. Who is going to get into that second or third place position between UCLA and Purdue? Bucknell on the chase. I think UCLA has got it locked up. With Purdue right there, it's going to be back and forth between them for that second or third place position. I think a little bit too late for Bucknell. And for Delaware, Washington State, still there in contact, but in 6th. But all the way down to the wire, it is going to be George Washington for the win. UCLA right now holding on to that second place position. Purdue right there for 3rd. And then here comes Bucknell. And now Delaware and Washington State.
And here we go off the start. This is the second semifinal of the men's varsity 8, and we have a beautiful shot of UCI. Again, those anteaters. And look at that, folks. We have a bucket hat in the boat. Let's see if it gives them the free speed that they need to help get them across the line first. In lane 1, we have Bowdoin. Lane 2, Rutgers. Lane 3, Michigan Rowing Association. Lane 4, UCI bucket hats. Lane 5, Notre Dame, and Lane 6, Virginia Rowing Association. And it looks like we are through the breakage point. All boats still connected, but again, tight. This is going to be tight. Let's get some places for you. It's looking like
a whole lot of separation, Whitney. I mean, right now, again, we're still pretty early on, but in the lead, maybe just by not even a deck anymore. Just as I said that, it's changed and it's evened up. So lanes 3 and 4 are pretty much even with each other. That is Michigan and UC Irvine. So UC Irvine, Michigan, and then with Notre Dame right there as well. So we've got 3 boats almost dead even straight across. Back behind them in 4th, it will be Virginia. Virginia leading maybe by 1 seat over 5th place Rutgers. Rutgers with 2 seats over Bowdoin. But at this point in the race, to see 3 boats pushing themselves out and really almost dead even, this is going to be a great race all the way down the race course.
I mean, look at Notre Dame. We have them almost challenging for the lead already. And now 3 boats across, like we said, Michigan Rowing Association, UCI, and Notre Dame pushing. But this is anybody's race. Even coming up on the outside, looks like Bowdoin. Rutgers, not far behind, just 4 or 5 seats down. Everybody's still connected here, about 2 minutes in, so we're going to start to see them settle into that body of the race and see who makes that transition, that nice, powerful transition for the middle 1,000 or so to take it home.
And UC Irvine and Michigan, both in this semifinal, they were the winners of their respective heats. Not much difference between the time, maybe just a couple of seconds. And you know, when you're comparing the times coming out of the heats, again, you really have to look at the rest of the competition. Sometimes a crew will really have to push to get that win. Sometimes they're not really being challenged, you know, quite at all. But here at the ACRA, we're looking at so many fast crews that you really can't take any chance of complacency. And of course, none of these crews will fall into that category at all. But right now, it looks like UC Irvine has that lead. They're sitting with a 4-seat advantage over both Michigan and Notre Dame. Michigan, I'm going to give them the advantage for the 2nd place position, maybe 1 seat over Notre Dame. In 4th, I'm going to move over to lane 1. That's Bowdoin, sitting with 2 seats over Rutgers, and Rutgers 2 seats over Virginia.
Now, I have to say, with these 3 boats kind of trailing, 3 boats leading, 3 boats trailing, but it is very close. What do you as an athlete want to hear if you are slightly down at about halfway? So we're 3:18 into the race now. You're slightly down to the 1,000. As an athlete, what do you want to hear from your coxswain to urge you into one of those leading positions?
I think it's all about trust at this point. It's about trust and confidence in your racing plan, confidence in your fitness. I mean, I think that depending on where you are, you know, are you a bubble crew that is looking at possibly a spot in the grand final, or are you trying to just win it? So, of course, at this point, these top 3 boats, Irvine, Michigan, Notre Dame, they're racing for lanes at this point. So at this point, these top 3 boats, they are looking at a grand final position. But because we are just in the 3rd 500, we still have a lot of race course to go. And as we saw in that previous race, you know, there is so much to be said for a really good sprint. And I have watched races where there is a team that went from last to first at a national championship. And I mean, I just think that you have to keep your eye on everybody. So no time for complacency. Don't sit back. What I'd want to hear from my coxswain is all about confidence. Right, UCI really doing a nice job here as they continue to push forward. They are now looking at about a stern advantage over Michigan. Michigan looking about 4 to 5 seats over Notre Dame. On the outside, it's going to be Bowdoin continuing to hold on to that 4th place position. Behind them, it will be Rutgers, and then finally Virginia. So coming into the spectator area, let's hear it for these guys as they contest for that grand final or the petite level final. Irvine, Michigan, Notre Dame, so close here between these boats, but it is Irvine right now that is executing their race plan perfectly as they come in to the final 250 meters. Let's see if they can hold on to it all the way to the finish line.
Now, one thing that actually gets really exciting here, I have to pipe in as a coxswain, is this is where the race can actually start to get really frantic. So if you do your job well, you can actually keep your crew very, very focused and start to sharpen up as we come into those last 250. So let's see where everybody's at now, because this is a nail biter of a race.
Absolutely. I'm looking at that outside lane Bowdoin. I mean, what a great sprint that they've been able to put on. We've got UC Irvine out in front, Michigan right behind them, but I don't know. I mean, it is heating up here between Notre Dame, Rutgers, and Bowdoin. Really, really tight as we come into these final strokes. I mean, what a turnaround. It's going to come down to the wire. You guys can hear the cheering in the background for these crews, but right now it is the Anteaters of Irvine with a bit of open water at the finish. It is Michigan right here. And indeed, Notre Dame holding on to that third spot. Bowdoin so close in fourth. Rutgers, and now finally Virginia.
And it looks like we have a start here. Semifinal number 3 of the men's varsity 8. And we're looking at the UC Davis Aggies here, again, led by Desmond Stahl, a well-known coach. He's led some programs to great success here. And let's go down the line. In lane 1, we have Colorado. Lane 2, Boston College. Lane 3, Minnesota. Lane 4, Vanderbilt. Lane 5, those Aggies. And lane 6, Virginia Tech. Looks like we are through the breakage point. And as soon as we get that camera angle, we will give you some placing here. Wow. Look at this beautiful shot here from the drone. It looks like the Aggies here, UC Davis pretty close with Vanderbilt and Minnesota. Minnesota may be taking the lead here. Is that kind of what I'm seeing here?
Absolutely. I am seeing Minnesota with a slight lead. I mean, I'm going to call it by maybe a deck right now for that lead position just in front of Boston College. So let's see. Yep, that would be Minnesota with just a slight lead over, I'm sorry, that would be Vanderbilt in lane 4. So Minnesota in the lead just by a canvas over Vanderbilt. Vanderbilt with a 6-seat lead over UC Davis. UC Davis maybe 1 seat over Boston College. So Boston College in 4th, but right next to them will be Virginia Tech, and then finally Colorado. So a lot of overlap between these crews. Nobody has open water. We're seeing everyone settle down and get into their base race. And we're seeing some pretty fast times out here today. There is really just favorable conditions. Sometimes, as we know, as it heats up, the conditions can sometimes get a little bit faster, but really not much challenge coming out of these conditions at all. Just really ideal here at beautiful Melton Lake in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. And Minnesota taking advantage of these conditions and now pushing themselves out to a little bit larger of a lead, maybe now 3 seats over Vanderbilt.
But you know what I have to say, not even by that much, because look at Virginia Tech, who kind of is our trailing 8 here, not even that far behind the leader. So these boats are actually pretty close, coming down the line about 2:20 into this race. So they're kind of settling in. We may start to see a little bit more separation here. It may be a power versus rate thing. Not really sure yet. It's going to be really exciting to see. Look at this. Bow ball to bow ball coming down the line. Minnesota and Vanderbilt, I believe. Is that what I'm seeing here?
That is correct. They are pretty much dead even, I would say. You know, and Minnesota and Vanderbilt, like, they have pushed each other. They're almost like stroke for stroke. If you're looking at this, and there we go, we've got another bucket rig in that Vanderbilt boat on the starboard side, and it's working to their advantage. I'm going to give a very, very slight advantage right now to Vanderbilt, maybe by a bow ball for that lead position. But again, there is no one that is trailing. There's no one that's being left behind. behind. Everyone is still within contact to each other. What's changed a little bit is that third place position. I'm going to move over to Davis. So Davis pushing themselves into third, just barely being able to hold off Boston College. So Boston College looking all the way across the race course at UC Davis, seeing if they can maybe take away a little bit from Davis, sneak themselves into that C level final. So we'll watch them as they progress down the race course. And then right there with them, it's Virginia Tech. In the sixth place position, it will be Colorado, so just slightly off pace, but again, still within contact.
Now, I really want to hand it to Vanderbilt here. I have to say, this is a very impressive performance by them. They've had a lot of turnover during COVID, and even just before that, they ended up having their alumni buy them a bunch of singles so they could even get out on the water, and they lost so many members of their team, and they've really come back together after half of their squad not even knowing how to sweep row. And now, here they are.
You know, one of the things that I learned in talking to some of the coaches too is that transitioning into those sculling boats has really helped them in the big boats. There's something about learning how to row a single, rowing a double, rowing a pair that allows you to be more responsive and perceptive about how you're moving an 8. So if you can learn to be sensitive to the power that you have in a single, it translates perfectly over into the big boat, and you can really figure out if you're effective or not. And right now, they are doing such a great job here in that Vanderbilt boat. They've really pushed themselves out just a bit farther over Minnesota. I'm looking at about a stern advantage now at 1,500 meters. So 500 meters to go. Vanderbilt now with that solid lead. Minnesota right behind them. This looks like Davis now for that third place spot. They are holding off Boston College and Virginia Tech, with Colorado coming into that sixth place position.
Absolutely. And you know, the value in those small boats and sculling like that, you see very often in Europe and the UK. They really, really value those small boats. And so I think COVID has kind of taught us a lot of that here in the US, to actually put our athletes in those small boats. And look what's happening. We are seeing some phenomenal big boat racing because of rowing so many of those small boats. And a lot of even these novice boats and some of the small boats just look great.
That's right. These varsity crews, again, as we've talked about, there could be a varied mix of athlete in these boats. We could have some varsity members that started rowing their freshman year and didn't get to race for the previous 2 years, you know, so they could be considered novices. They've got an extension rule with the eligibility, and that's really proven to be a good choice for a lot of these crews. But for some, they could be true novices in their first year of rowing. Hard to tell, but at this point, we've got Vanderbilt taking full advantage of their fitness as they continue to push themselves a little bit farther away from Minnesota. Coxon, most likely, I'm going to guess, calling for open water at that finish line, and they've got it. So Vanderbilt with about 2 seats of open water. They are first across that line, followed by Minnesota, and now here comes Davis. Those are your top 3 crews to move into the third level final. They're followed by Boston College, and now Virginia Tech, and then finally Colorado.
And we have a start of the last race of the day. This is the men's varsity 8 semifinal number 4. And let's see, in lane 1, we've got Ohio State. Lane 2, Villanova. Lane 3, UNC. Lane 4, Middlebury. Lane 5, UC Santa Barbara. And lane 6, Oregon. And again, looks like we are just past that breakage point. And again, as soon as we get that camera angle, we will give you those places. Oof. Almost straight across. I mean, look at this. We don't have anybody trailing behind by too much. Maybe Oregon behind just a little bit bow to stern. But it looks like, I mean, almost a 5-boat race.
Yep, that's right. This is still pretty early on, so we'll let it shake out just a little bit. But your early leader is going to be Middlebury. Middlebury rowing out of lane 4. They are having a really good start to their race and, again, holding off the rest of the field, but just barely. So a lot of contact. No one has broken away with open water. And, again, still very early on. But right now, Middlebury with your lead. They are followed by lane 5, Santa Barbara. Santa Barbara in the second place position, just by about a seat over both Villanova and University of North Carolina. Those two boats even. Back in the 5th place spot, again, 2 even boats right here. This is Oregon and Ohio State. Those boats on the outside lanes jockeying for either that 5th or 6th place spot. One of the advantages of being able to use the drones for watching these races is you can really see how well the boat is doing in terms of steering. We're seeing getting a little bit close for comfort there in a couple of the lanes. One of the things that the referees do a really good job of is making sure that these races are absolutely fair, that there's no interference, but giving some course corrections if needed, and making sure that the boats are progressing down the race course in the best and fairest fashion. So again, Middlebury continuing to hold on to the lead, but then now almost 3 boats straight across. Too hard for me to tell between 2nd, 3rd, and 4th between Villanova, University of North Carolina, and UC Santa Barbara. Back by a bit of open water now, Oregon and Ohio State also very close to each other, pretty much even for that 5th or 6th place spot.
And it looks like coming into the 1,000, kind of pushing towards it. We've had a little steering correction by Santa Barbara. Looks like she's back in the center of her lane there and got control of it again. But that is something, again, that can make or break the race. And when it's so close like this, you just don't want to be making those mistakes. Now, it could be anything. It could be that a rower got a blade stuck in the water for a half second too long. You never know what causes that. But boy, does it make it hard to watch when you're just biting your nails looking at these 4 boats across connected, and no one's really moving. I mean, we've got all of these boats pretty set 1 to 4. What are you seeing here?
Well, that's right. They are now past 1,000 meters. They are 1,000 meters closer to dinner, I think, right now, and a rest and maybe a shower. It has been a hot and muggy day here, so waiting all day long until you get to that final race of the day. I mean, that is really, really tough. So we're seeing the fitness and the composure, all of that coming into play right here in these final strokes. Santa Barbara, as Whitney had said, had a little bit of a steering problem, but they've come back into it and are looking at coming up to challenge Middlebury for that lead position. Also, University of North Carolina, I mean, they are right there as well. Villanova, just a little bit off the back, but with Oregon and Ohio State taking up that 5th and 6th place spot. But let's see if we can have Middlebury hold on to that top spot, or will UC Santa Barbara or maybe even UNC take it away?
Now, one thing that can be really difficult about this point of the race, when you're coming into the 1250 and you're starting to kind of think about ramping it up a little bit to the sprint, is a lot of times that's a dead zone. You start getting real tired. You know your rowers are tired. And as a coxswain, you have to be so strategic about what you ask for. And coming through this last 500 here, I'm going to be asking my crews to start to sharpen up. Instead of asking for power, I'm going to ask for a little bit more precision. They're going to sit up a little bit more. They're going going to use a little bit more squeeze in the legs, and we're going to see what we can kind of power through in the last couple hundred meters.
I think you're absolutely right, Whitney. Would you be my coxswain if I could throw together a boat? We could maybe, put that into play. I would love to have had you as a coxswain, because that's exactly what I would have wanted to hear. You don't want to focus on how tired you are. You don't want to focus necessarily on more power, because you've given so much already. It is about composure. It's about posture and execution, quick catches, just keeping the technique sharp while you're tired. So here we are, final 250 meters. It's Middlebury that's done that great job of holding on to this lead. They really had to fight off a charge by UC Santa Barbara and UNC on either side of them, and they've done a really nice job winding it up, finishing this piece solidly into that sea-level final for tomorrow. And here they are, final strokes here. Middlebury in the lead, followed by UC Santa Barbara and University of North Carolina. In fourth, it will be Villanova, and then finally Ohio State and Oregon.
Yeah, what a finale of a race here. Look at this, charging through the line. I'd be honored to be your coxswain. That's great. Thank you for doing this today. This has been a fantastic race here, coming across the line. Middlebury with those nice cow blades.
What a finish there. That's what you want to see, is that beep beep so close as they come across the line, pushing each other. And here we go, Villanova, their final strokes. And then now close here between Oregon and Ohio State. Too close for me to call. It will be Oregon for that fifth place position and Ohio State. And that wraps up our racing this afternoon. So we're looking at a series of grand finals and petite level finals tomorrow. It is going to be an exciting day of racing. We thank you so much for joining us here at the Rowing Channel for ACRA's, and have a great afternoon.
And thank you again. This is Whitney and Adrian signing off of day one in beautiful Oak Ridge. Thank you very much. We will be here tomorrow morning again, first thing, for some exciting action on the water.